Okay, we're about to go live. Just, it might be in the background. I'm about to start a video. Oh, that's the thing. Oh, it's happening. Look at it. Oh, there it is. Hi, everybody.
Oh, we're live.
Oh, it is
Oh,
happening.
man.
It is happening. Oh, and here we are on the TikToks as well.
Sure are.
We
Turn
sure
that a
are.
little bit.
Sure, huh?
Awesome. We're
Yeah,
great.
sure am good. Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
It is indeed morning.
So morning.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can get. I don't know why this isn't pulling up on my restream. Let's see, but hey, that's why we started. That's why we didn't book guests right away. We're fools, but we're not super fools. But okay, well, we can roll like this.
This will work.
This will work.
I mean, it's probably going to have to.
I mean, I'll go like this. That way we can still see the chat. So hi, everybody. So welcome.
This is awesome.
This is like, welcome.
Cheers.
Welcome to Mornings with the Williams Center Association. Let's just do this every morning now, every weekday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have to do it by Zoom. But
Yep, go live.
that might be a thing. I don't know.
I have to be careful about giving Sarah any ideas.
Because then we roll with it
and
see how it goes. So this is different than last year. Welcome to the Weekend for Williams. If you joined us last year, we were Zooming from separate places, brought some people in, and this year we're mixing it up a little bit. We are fresh off of, and by fresh, I mean exhausted off of a week of camp.
Correct.
Here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. We do not live in Atlanta. We live in quite different parts of the country.
Correct.
And but we figured since we were here in Atlanta, we would hang out for another day and bring some live guests in. We're going to have some guests join us by Zoom.
Yep, we have people coming in by Zoom. We have people joining us in person, joining us in, I guess, this would be like Real World Atlanta, but it would be like WSA World Atlanta.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, so I guess if anyone in the comments would be willing to just confirm that they can hear us, and that they're seeing us, depending on what streaming platform they're on. It says that we're on. Unfortunately, TikTok, we have TikTok going on here. Unfortunately, TikTok, my phone, which is what we're using to broadcast live on TikTok, is all the way over there. And I'm all the way over here. And I have old eyes, so I cannot read the comments. Occasionally, I'll try to pop over there and see what everyone is commenting. You sure? Thank you, Megan McNeil, Pam. Yeah. Oh, love you guys. Yeah, so I will come over to TikTok. Today is going to be hopefully fun. Look, if you could harness the brain energy from Sarah and I right now, you could toast a piece of bread.
I would say we
lightly
have a brain between the two of us.
Yeah, lightly. Yeah.
Really
coming off of a week of camp, it was a spectacular time.
Man, it was.
Boy, I had all these aspirations of cutting together a video to show you all of camp this week, but then you know what happened? Camp happened. So
yeah, in an epic way. So
yeah, so in all the best ways. So I just meant that I didn't get to sit down in my video editing suite, which translates to my laptop.
Yep. We're fancy like
that. Can't you tell?
We should talk about that. So this is low budget production, and so it begins. Low budget production at its finest. This is it.
Yep.
We don't have a crew out there. You got it.
Like literally, you're gonna see me several times throughout the day doing like this, going like, "Oh, this is way too close for anyone to be at me." Here, I'll do my first TikTok check-in. Okay, Hannah. Hi, Hannah. Awesome. Look, we got some people on the TikToks. Yay. All right.
So
Sorry, go ahead, boss.
No, we're all good. So we're gonna have guests join us live, which means there's a door like literally right there.
Correct.
That there will be knocks on. So today is going to be a day of rolling with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is literally, it's a little bit real world, little bit Mr. Rogers. I was like, oh, who could that be? Oh, and maybe I'll even pick up the camera and go with us, go with us to the door. Because we can. I think the cord's at least long enough to at least turn toward the door. So, okay, well, I guess we should introduce ourselves real quick in case there is anybody out there that, yes, Debbie Jackson. We are broadcasting on TikTok on the official Williams Syndrome page on TikTok. We will also be doing occasional drop-ins on the Instas, as the kids say.
Yeah. We're on Facebook right now. We're on YouTube.
Correct.
All right. So you can catch us there. If you have to leave, I don't know why you would leave, like walk away from the screen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, why everyone has been clamoring. There's been like people going, I'm going to watch all 14 hours. And then people going, oh, I'm going to watch all 14 and a half hours. But we're not doing 14 and a half hours. They're just, so if they're saying that they're going to watch more than 14 hours of this, they're not being truthful.
See some friends.
Yeah. Hi, Laura.
Good morning, Laura.
Today we have guests. We're going to do a live podcast of the Starry-Eyed Pod with our hosts Jen Keaton and Brendan Lemieux, and so that will be great. We are also going to be doing a live Adventure Seekers session on where we're gonna the virtual Adventure Seekers is it is a monthly gathering. We meet a couple times a month. It's adults with Williams syndrome. It's a chance for us to check in with each other, see how things are going, giving updates on what's going on in our lives. And saying, hey, send me good vibes. I have a doctor's appointment, so I'm a little bit nervous, so send me good vibes. So that's the kind of thing. Well, we're gonna invite, and this way, all you good people out there joining us are gonna get to meet a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of adults with Williams syndrome. And yeah, so that'll be good.
I'm thinking we still haven't introduced ourselves.
Oh, so have not. Have not introduced ourselves. I'll go first because then we build up. It's and starring. That's what it is. It's like I'm the early credits, and then it's like you're the Harrison Ford. And
let's be realistic. By about 8 tonight, I'm gonna be like curled up in the corner in my comfy pants, and you're gonna be like talking deliriously.
We're gonna be like, hi, what happened? So I'm Joel Listman. I am the Director of Family Support for the Williams Syndrome Association. I am also the proud dad of a young man, Bennett, with Williams syndrome, and he makes me very happy. And my wife and dog and son are in Minnesota, which is where I normally am. Words, sentence structure is hard. I'm going to sound like Yoda throughout the day. Minnesota, I am where from.
Not even on purpose.
Yeah. So that's me. And awesome. Then sitting on my right, your left.
Good morning.
If you're on TikTok, it's right.
I'm Sarah Schaefer, and I am the new executive director of the Williams Syndrome Association. I have an almost 23-year-old son with Williams syndrome. His name is Matthew. I'm sure you're going to learn all kinds of things about our kids during the day. And I will just tell you now, please don't take offense to me calling my 23-year-old a kid, because if you're a parent, they're always going to be your kids. So they're quite on board with that. He lives in Florida with me and the rest of my family. And we lived in Arizona for a long time. So I'm sure we'll have some Arizona friends dropping in at some point, but it's only 5:22 a.m. right there.
Oh, yeah.
In the Arizona. So no friends from there quite yet.
Yeah. If you're watching us on the West Coast, why?
Yeah.
Why are you
Go back to
to sleep? You'll be better for it later. I mean, unless you're like, I just came in from tending to the cows, and that's my job, and I'm up this
True
early,
story.
which
Story.
applause to you, chef's kiss. But you no, please go back to bed.
I saw Tim on there saying good morning. Charles from Florida. Florida is
Hey,
fun.
money.
Yep, we got some friends hopping on. I think Matthew's going to probably join us at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here, he's there, so there's going to have to be some, texting coordination. But if he wants to hop on, he's welcome to do that. I know Bennett's going to hopefully join us later today at some point in time.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good morning from New Jersey.
Oh, this is great. I love this.
Excellent.
It's so great to see all of you. Honestly, at this point, we thought there was going to be more, or at least I personally thought there was going to be way more tech issues. So I kind of built in time for that, but in the interim, here we are. Let's see. So yeah, we just came off, like we've said 100 times already. We just came off of camp, and let's see. Camp was in this wonderful little place called Winder, Georgia, at Fort Yargo State Park. It was glorious, and it was first time for us at that location.
Yep.
And we made a lot of tweaks to camp. It was different programming. Emma, who, if you've ever been to any of our camps, Emma, who normally is there, wasn't able to be there. Oh, sorry, I got to interrupt myself. Pim,
that's right,
rocking the not Crocs. We're legally obligated. We cannot call them Crocs. We are calling them Williams Walkers. But yeah, they're Crocs. And
Ish.
they're Crocs-ish. Crocs-ish. That's actually not a bad
list of vocabulary at the end of today.
All the numbers that we're going to make up are all the words that we're going to make up. And we may make up some numbers too.
Probably. Oh man. Florida head.
But yeah, camp was wonderful. We had do you remember how many campers we had? We had
about 90 this year. Some of them came with their parents because they're still too little to, join us on their own. But we've got we have a program that runs for kids with Williams syndrome ages 6 to 12, and they bring a parent or a caregiver. And then the next level up is 13 to 20, and they come on their own and have a blast. Yeah.
Boy, I thought living with one teenage boy with Williams syndrome was tricky. I just spent the week in a cabin with 7. Hey, what's better than a whole cabin full of teenage boys and their smells and their noises? So that was great. No, it really was. There was zip lining, there was rock wall climbing, there was cooking, there was horseback riding, there was lots and lots of singing. Oh my gosh, so much singing. Dancing. Lots of defying gravity. We heard
that is the song.
That is the song. But you're also going to see me scratching a lot because the mosquitoes also joined us.
Bugs.
Which was great. Seeing young people with Williams syndrome in an environment where they are challenged, where they are having to be brave, also where they're just where they're doing basic life skills, without mom and or dad or brother or sister, either doing it for them or guiding them every step of the way. That independence, even from our littles, even from the little ones, seeing them doing stuff on their own, independent. It's always exciting. It's always excited.
And we were
We were excited
It was
at the exciting excitement.
I love it. Yep.
And then so seeing them challenge themselves, seeing them do regular things, seeing them get to be in a place where they're not the only ones with Williams syndrome. There's always that great moment where a new camper looks around and goes, "Oh my God, there's my
That's what
people."
it's all about.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So
it was the first week of camp for this camp. I don't remember if you said the name because we're all multitasking at the same time. And what a way to start off their summer. If you know or love someone with Williams syndrome, if you know them, you probably love them. That you know that though everyone with Williams syndrome is different, and we will talk about that a lot today, somewhere in there, even if it's not outward all the time, is just this light. And so it was quite the way for the Camp Twin Lakes staff to start their summer. I know that every spirit time that they have for the rest of the summer will pale in comparison to what our campers brought. It was an amazing experience. So it was a great
I'm talking to you, asthma kids. We challenge you to try to outspirit our people, our camp. I challenge you, kids, the camp for kids who have missing limbs, I think is another one that they do there at Winder. You better bring it.
Yep.
Or the
bar is high.
Yep. So go Camp Blue Sky. Yeah, Cameron. So the Camp Blue Skies, you'll also hear us talk about Camp Blue Skies. That is the camp for adults with Williams syndrome. That one runs. They have several camps throughout the year, but they do a week and usually March. That is for adults with Williams syndrome, and that is also bonkers fun.
So is.
Quick housekeeping to Cameron. Even though I could say, Cameron, hey, just go to the Adventure Seekers page on Facebook, or hey, check out the Weekend for Williams page on williams-syndrome.org. I will tell you that it is tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. That is when the Adventure Seekers Live is going to happen. So we have now amassed 1/2 hour.
Sweet.
We only have 13 and a half hours to go.
So we're here for a really important reason, and we'll start with that and make sure we ground ourselves there. What we do here at the Williams Syndrome Association is incredibly important to thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people throughout the world. Because you can see we've got the UK with us today. We serve anybody, with Williams syndrome in their family. We don't care where
anybody.
We don't care where what you look like, how you act. Well, we do kind of no bullying allowed. Please.
Yeah, no bullying.
But we have a huge mission, and really, it's incredibly important that we have the resources that we need to provide access to, the connections, resources, and research that we dedicate ourselves to at the Williams Syndrome Association. And May is Williams Syndrome Awareness Month. I'm guessing that you probably know that if you've seen any of the socials. And we figured what a better way to end May than with Weekend for Williams. And so today, our goal by the end of today, all the fingers and toes crossed, is to finish up our goal of raising $100,000 in the month of May. And to help us keep track of that, we have a super lovely high-tech tally tote board that you can sort of see. This is a great time to adjust the camera.
Yep. See, I told you early on, you're going to get
high budget.
You're going to get way too close to Joel's face today.
Hard to see, but We are already starting at, hopefully, like I said, this is high tech production. We got notes all over the place. We are starting today at, one moment, $52,673. That's a pretty fabulous start to our day, which means we got about $50,000 to go. So the easiest way for you to give is to either text the word weekend to 71777, or you can visit weekendforwilliams.org or weekendforwilliams.com, weekend4williams.org, weekendforwilliams.com. We got all of them, so we want to make it super easy.
That was a fun meeting. Was thinking of all of the different ways you could, all the variations of.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this. There it is.
And we got everybody.
I was like,
all the things.
I'm gonna get all the numbers in there. Ding dang it.
We might need. I'm not sure how you're gonna get over here now, but if you back it up, maybe it'll still show.
If you back that up.
I know, and I was thinking that at some point we might need the chair for a guest, and then we'll just move it over to that little other chair.
See, but that's the thing. You can see it, but then it's like weekend to 7-1. I want them to get the whole number. There's got to be a way.
Yep, we're gonna figure this out.
Oh, hey, for TikTok people, that's what we were looking at was this wonderful thing. Oh yeah.
That's super hard.
Oh, see, here we go. See, if you're on TikTok, you can get the close up. Hi, everybody. Right. So, yeah, we're starting today, starting at about $52,000 on our way to hopefully about 100K on the grid.
Hey, we got some more people jumping. Alex, it's early where you are. It's Saturday.
Yeah, what, dude?
Go take a nap. I would be.
Go CPs.
It's all right.
It's good.
We'll sleep.
Here I am worried about getting weekend to 71777, and I realized, oh hey, it's just right there on the screen, like all day.
You know what I heard? I heard that when the videos are playing and we think we're good to go, there's actually a little tiny box of us being ridiculous here.
Oh, I knew that. Did you not know that?
I did not know that.
That's why I was dancing.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, now I know.
Yay. I'm also, you may hear every once in a while a little bleep or blorp from my computer. I would normally turn all of those noises off, but just in case someone needs to get a hold of us or get a hold of me, we're running this through my computer, but I want to make sure our guests are attended to in a timely manner.
Absolutely.
Plus, you never know when you're going to need, let's see, you never know when you're going to need a new HVAC system. And so I got to be able to get that email when it comes in from my spam account, I guess.
Yep.
So you're joining us live here at Good Morning WSA here in lovely Atlanta. How are you, Atlanta? Atlanta, we are in you.
Good
and that is fuel right there. See, Money just celebrated another anniversary working at Publix, I believe.
Yeah.
See Money, join us when you get back from work. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Tell us how your day went.
Correct. Let's see. We have, you can go to williams-syndrome.org and /weekend for Williams. I should probably put that somewhere, but you can go there and you can go there and you can see the schedule of who we have coming up today. Obviously, things can change. We're going to roll with it. People can run late. People can run early. All of these things. But yay. Hope you can come and join us. Oh, that's the other thing. I wonder if it'll read. Will it read this? Will it read so I can do croutons and hearts? Maybe not. It's a little too far away. A little too far away. Probably too much things. Okay. Well, this is 11 years. That's right, C Money. Way to go.
Way to go.
This is good. This is good content. Just me. Anywho,
we've reached 100 messages in the chat already.
Way to go, y'all. Way to go, y'all.
Well played.
Okay. Let's see. We really didn't.
We want to talk about at all, like who might be joining us today?
Sure.
Or
Sure. Here's okay. So here's also the I love you too, C Money. This is also the awesomeness of live broadcasting.
Yep.
I need to leave you alone for a moment
Okay, great.
because it's the morning.
I may run amok.
Yeah, please do.
Oh god. All right.
I'm just gonna run to the restroom real quick.
I'm gonna chat.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
leave you. So please, hey, chat, send lots of messages
Yes.
right now. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, send lots of messages right now, and Sarah will answer all of them. Ask
Totally.
Sarah about all the things. Find out what's going on in her world this morning.
Sure.
I just copyright now. Real quick.
All right, bye. See ya. All right. Charles, check in with us when you get back from work and we'll see what our schedule's looking like. Maybe you can hop on and say, hey, tell us about your day. We have 18 years at Goodwill. Way to go, Renee. I love it. More friends here. Good morning, Julie. All right. So this whole day is going to work even better if all of you that are joining us, or all of us that are out there in Facebook land and YouTube, those of you that are on TikTok with us, tell your friends, tell your family, take this video, share it to your pages, because here's how this works. Most of you know that Williams syndrome is a rare genetic disorder, and when you're rare, big organizations like big corporations, pharmaceutical companies, government grants, things like that don't usually come your way to organizations who support rare disorders. And so we end up doing a lot of fundraising within our community. Those people that already are having to put out money for all kinds of different things. And we want your help to get us outside of your communities. We want to be able to reach out to others and share a little bit of I'm looking at the comments, share a little bit of all of you and the magic that people with Williams syndrome are with the other people, and so they can give as well. So make sure you're sharing this out. And even more, the beauty of live TV is Joel steps away and then my phone rings, and my phone is ringing with our next guest. So I'm going to answer it live because I have to. Hello. Hi. Okay. Okay. So it looks like when you turn in, it looks like you're going like towards a hotel or into a restaurant parking lot. There's a Mexican restaurant out on the street. And you just keep going past that hotel. I think it's like I don't remember what it is, Quality Inn, something like that. So yes, I believe so. Just keep there's a to the left of that, when you're looking at it, there's like a strange looking driveway, and that will take you back into where there are a bunch of townhouses. Yes. Yep. Yep. And then just oh, yes. I believe so. Yes. Okay. You can go either way. It makes a circle, but if you go to the right, you'll get there a little more quickly, and you'll we're on the left-hand side, about 3/4 of the way down. 1524. Yep. Yeah, you do turn left. Yep. So you turn right and then you turn left. You like go around the circle that is the buildings. Yes. Perfect. Okay, perfect. No, you're good. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, and we're back. So like I said, the beauty of a live broadcast, and when Joel has to walk away, is our first guests could not find their way here. So now we've got them in the parking lot. We found an Airbnb. It's a lovely Airbnb. I don't know that the owner is going to watch, but we told her what we were doing. So shout out to Lucy, who owns this lovely Airbnb. We loved the brick backdrop and thought it would be fun. So, like we said, there's going to be a knock, and we'll let our first guests in, and we will have a good chat with them. And there may be guests, there may be other guests. Joel, you can probably just stay standing because our guests called because they were lost. Okay. So I did some like navigation direction while I was on the, live with all of our friends here. Content. Yeah, it's terrible content. Bethany, good morning. Yay. I know that every once in a while our staff from the Williamson Rosie Association will may hop in and join us. There are people that think that we have a huge staff, that we have this big like building somewhere where we have multiple floors of staff, and people will say, oh, Joel, Sarah. Sure do. There are 7 of us currently at the moment, and 7 of us that are scattered throughout the United States. Once upon a time, for a long time, we had a headquarters in Michigan, and then we decided for lots of different reasons to go fully remote. The great part about that is you have this huge talent pool of people throughout the United States that you can also bring onto your team. So it doesn't really matter where they live. They can come in and join our team from anywhere. So Joel, lives in Minnesota. I live in Florida. Bethany lives in Texas. And so she's joining us from Texas this morning. And we all use Zoom a lot. So we've gotten really good at this Zooming thing. And we can work from anywhere. So that's the beauty of this. We've got let's see who else we're missing. Yeah, I was trying. Those things don't want to open. Lucy, your blinds in the front are not wanting to open for us. Joel figured it out. Awesome. Hopefully they will be here soon, and then you don't have to just listen to us. Oh, they're here. So we're gonna have people pop in all day long. We're gonna, chat about like their experience, their like story with Williams syndrome, because everybody's got one. You've got a story of how you were diagnosed, how things have been since then, what you're doing today. Our first guests have some particularly exciting things going on in their world. So we wanted to have them join us since they live really close by and share that experience with us. And Joel's giving us a show. Keep it PG, family friendly.
Hey, that was awkward.
Oh boy.
All right.
It's not even 9.
I know.
Getting crazy.
I know.
So yes, GPS person, you wear a lot of hats today. You know what, Kim, when you work for a nonprofit, you wear a lot of hats all the time. And we have that chat as a staff a lot, that this is not a normal, this is not a typical corporate gig. You kind of, you do whatever you need to do. And so you get really flexible, and you do whatever needs to be done to make it happen. Good morning, Crystal. My best friend from college just hopped on here. Let me see. We've got Canada in the house now. This is good stuff. So all the hats, and that's the other thing. There are so many things that we want to be able to do. I have a list a mile long, and I know our community does too, of additional programs we want to add, things we want to expand, making it so programs are as accessible and affordable for as many people as possible. And we can't do any of that without your support. And that is why we're here today. So if you love somebody with Williams syndrome. If you don't know anybody with Williams syndrome, but feel like this is a cause that you'd want to get behind, it is super easy to give. You can text weekend to 71777, or you can go to weekendforwilliams.org and you can donate that way. Mary Grace, I'm so happy to see you. Mary Grace was at camp with us this past week, and camp was so wonderful. And then camp comes to an end. And yesterday was super sad. Lots of tears
This morning.
because you do, like, you feel like family. And when you have to leave family, it's really sad. So, convention.
right.
Megan's asking, do we know anything about the next convention? We don't know about the next convention yet, but yay! Oh, yes. So I'm going to get up and say hi. We're live right here, going. This is what we're doing
come on
all
in.
day
Join
long.
us on the couch.
Yes.
Join
It's
us.
been a long time. It's so good to see your faces. Good morning. I'm so good and so tired. So come on in. We got some spots for you right here. If you want them here, Joel. Where would you?
Sure.
You want to be on the couch and we can move?
more comfortable. So
You want to be on the couch? I'm going to get out of the way.
The couch.
You get to be the guinea pigs for the first. No, hop on in.
Yeah,
I'll sit
let's
over
welcome Callie and Tabitha Truelove.
All right, you can sit here then. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to hold the microphone, you can just hold the microphone and talk right into that.
Hi.
So we're just sitting, chatting and having coffee this morning. That's how we're doing this.
I love doing that.
Awesome. Well, that's good because that's what's up this morning. Joel, you want to share who we've got here? I mean,
Well,
I'm thinking people know, but in case they don't,
my feet are going to be in the screen here.
Awesome.
That's,
Oh.
that's okay. My feet. These are available. You can get your Williams walkers if you go to williams-syndrome.org/shop, and you can go ahead and purchase these.
I think there's an easier way too. I'll find that website.
I
in a
will
second.
be getting a pair.
You like them? They're super cute. They are
It's
super
Fox-ish.
cute.
We're calling them Fox-ish.
They are gorgeous.
Yeah. So let's welcome Callie Truelove and Tabitha Truelove. And who's our worker friend here?
This is Dolly Star, my best friend. Over here.
No, it is early, dog.
Can
I
you-
know. It is
Can you
early.
kind of wave your paw at the camera? She had a bow in her hair, but it kept falling out.
You know we're talking about you. You know
what?
we're
I
talking
had
about you.
hair too, and
And then-
it had no hair to hold on to. And so I said, okay, I'm gonna see you later.
Oh my
Sure did.
goodness.
Well, welcome. How are first of all, we'll start with you, Callie. How are you doing? How are things?
Things are going really good. My life has changed a lot ever since the last time I saw you guys. So it's been really incredible how I've grown and how God just keeps on changing my life every one step at a time. And this is kind of like the first podcast / first live I've been on in person with other people. So this is incredible. You guys are amazing.
Callie, you got some shout outs.
I will say real quick, on TikTok, we have someone joining us from the Netherlands.
Oh,
Excellent.
We are fully international. It's really fantastic.
So far, we have the UK, Netherlands, Canada. That's what we know about so far.
So I'm sure, so if you are watching this from, drop a line on what state you're watching us in. That would have been a fun activity. Okay, next year we'll have a little map and we'll like a world map and we'll pop in where
Listen,
people are
when
watching.
we take lunch break, we may have one ready to go.
That's true.
We don't know.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
guess
beauty
we
of
should say
this.
that we will be taking breaks. We're dumb, but we're not stupid dumb. We're doing this for 14 hours, but we're gonna take a break. So
Right.
I feel you guys.
So the last time a lot of us saw you in person, at least the last time I saw you in person was in 2022 in
Mhm.
Schaumburg at the convention, where we got to watch Truelove the film. And so, and maybe you or Tabitha, if you want to talk a little bit about sort of that immediate post convention and the release of the film and sort of the wide swath of people and places where that film was seen and stuff. And maybe you guys could talk a little bit about that.
Oh my goodness, it was so crazy. And I will admit, the best part was getting to show it to my people. I always called the Williams Syndrome people my people. And
Right.
to be able to be a voice for their community is incredible. And the fact that I was able to have the opportunity to do something so extraordinary like a film for Williams Syndrome people, it just changed the whole way I see things and see life. And the fact that I was able to come to the convention was a big opportunity for me. It opened my eyes to a lot. Um, I'm the only person in my family with a disability. And so to see other people with the same disability as I, which I call it my availability, is absolutely
I love
incredible.
it.
And the fact that I got to show it at the convention was just, that's really what did it in for me, was being able to do it in front of Williams Syndrome people. So that was just incredible. And Mom, you want to say something about it?
I think it was absolutely amazing to get to go to the convention, and Callie has a huge support system. With my husband pastoring a church, and just our family and our friends, a huge support system. But I never really realized what it meant to her to go and be at the convention with goodness gracious. I'm gonna cry.
So it begins.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, we almost made it through the first hour.
Sorry.
Come on, not possible.
What it would mean to her to be there with other individuals with Williams syndrome, and to see her interact and just to be herself, and to see others that are like her, it meant the world. And when she was sitting there and all of a sudden she just busted out crying, and I was like, "How are you okay? What's wrong? Is something bothering you, whatever?" She goes, "No, it just feels good to be with my people." And I didn't, you don't really realize that until you see that. And it helped me also to be with other parents,
Yeah.
and to be able to show the film there. It was amazing. And so, yeah, it was just,
Eye opening.
it was,
Isn't it?
eye-opening.
Yeah, we were sharing right before you guys got here, because we just came from camp for our kids and
Yes.
teens, and there's always that moment when you see a kid or a teen walk into camp, and we had
Yeah.
a lot of first time campers
Yes,
this year
it was great.
because of the time of year. Normally camp happens later in the summer, but we had a lot of new kids. And that moment they walk into, whether it's in this case, the gym, or even when they were greeted, the CTL staff did a big, kind of inflatable arch welcome. It was great. But that moment that they see a whole bunch of other kids that have a lot of the same challenges they have, and it's that moment of I'm with my people.
Yeah.
I'm with my
Yep.
community, and same with the families. When you
Yes.
see when a parent sees another parent with that same exhausted look on their face, they're like, oh, someone who actually,
Yeah.
because obviously we all have wonderful people in our lives, but if they don't have a child with a disability, or even if they have a child with a disability, all disabilities are different.
Yeah.
And so it's that unique instant bond that you
Yeah.
get with people from
Yeah.
no matter where they are.
And I know when we first found out Callie had Williams syndrome, we knew nobody, like nobody. And I think it would have helped me if I had somebody that could have, like the crying. I saw a lady post the other day about Cracker Barrel. She said, every time we go in there, I just want to sit down and eat, but my child is just crying, and I can't console him, and I just don't understand why. And I went back to a time that was me.
Yes.
And I didn't understand it either. And so I immediately started texting her and I realized that it was the overstimulation. It was all the stuff, all the clanking of the dishes, the smells, the lights, the stuff. It was all that. And when you see other individuals with Williams syndrome, their families, then, I know they have a lot of questions, but then it's good to be with older, the ones that are older than Callie that, you can talk to and you can interact with, and you can just have, that interaction with families to families, and then the individuals with, the individuals. So yeah, it was amazing. And, we made a lot of, new family members that we
We
could
sure did.
Yeah.
We sure did. I have got to say thank you to y'all for like allowing me to be able to be there and allowing me to be able to be with my people. It was, I can't, you gotta go to a convention for yourself to experience it like I did, because I'm telling you, it was like I walked in heaven's doors for a few days. It was just crazy.
Now's the time where you mentioned next year's convention in Buffalo.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have another convention in Buffalo next year. Y'all come join us.
We do our conventions every other year, so it gives everybody a chance to take summer off, but then come right back and gather. We try to rotate them throughout the country, so it's easier for people to access depending on where you live. And we're doing things like we do today, so we can provide programming. like
Yes.
that. That's why today is so important.
Yes, please. Yeah. So again, as much fun as we're having, I hope, please, you will be, if you are watching this, you're willing to share and give to the WSA to help support our fantastic programming, camps, conventions, virtual programming, all of that good stuff. I had a brilliant question. Oh, it was going to change all of your lives. What was it?
But while you're thinking about it, do you want to tell us just a little bit about her diagnosis story, how you found out she had Williams syndrome?
Yes, but before I hope this is
Sure.
okay. But
Yes.
Sometimes when you're sitting on the other side of that screen and you think, oh, I can't give, but just like, a little bit amount or whatever, any little bit amount helps. The little bit adds up to a lot. So, whatever you can give it really changes lives for families, because, there is a lot of stuff that families go through, therapies, travel to therapies and stuff like that when you have a special needs child. So if to have them to help not only with camps or the conventions, but also resources and where that you can find help, find others that will help you through, and but any amount, little or big, it helps. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
and on that note, if you're tired of hearing us talk already, you can just write a giant check and we'll end and go take a nap, recover from camp.
Absolutely.
And how I forgot to ask you on air side production meeting, sleeping in that bed last night. How was your bed?
Oh my gosh.
It was nice sleeping in a real bed after camp.
It
got
was like a dream.
Yeah.
It was
I
wonderful.
thoroughly enjoyed my lovely bedroom here. And in what are we calling this place? Real WSA or
Atlanta. Yes.
WSA World.
Yeah. Because it's not like real Housewives. This is more like back real world.
Real World meets Mr. Rogers.
Yes. You never know who's gonna knock at the door.
Yep.
Come join us.
I should have gotten my cardigan,
Right?
and I could do
Change your
this.
shoes.
Yeah, I could do this. I could do
There you go.
Yeah.
People are like,
Oh.
oh, no. That was almost
That
bad.
was almost real bad, y'all. Almost ended the,
I was wanting to.
I
yeah,
know.
almost ended the broadcast. We were right there.
It's on.
Yeah.
Better get some Yes, shopwsa.com. That's how you can also get them.
Oh my
That's
god.
right.
Yeah, shopwsa.com.
Okay.
Great.
This is so much fun.
I know. We figured we're just
We
gonna sit. and
look,
talk
we
with
are
you
so not only we're just so happy that you're here, but also we're so happy you could be here at this time.
today. Yes. Well,
Um,
we're glad that early morning work for you because
Plus, that at about 8:25, where
you're like,
we're like, oh, that's right, we got to fill all this time. And it was actually like a bummer that technology kind of worked for us properly this morning. I kind of thought, oh, I'm gonna be scrambling around trying to get things. So convention in 2022 happens. The movie comes out, gets a lot of wonderful praise, exposes a lot of people to Williams syndrome. And then, and you're talking about it in a lot of places, everything's going good. And then nothing else ever happens in your life, right? You just sit around doing nothing, and no other opportunities to be on camera ever happen. Oh wait, no, there was a little other something that came up.
There was.
Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Love on the Spectrum before, but it's a big autism show that's taken over the world. And
It's
taken over.
and I was on season 3. And they did it the same way they did with True Love. They had messaged us, and we just said it's a joke. It's a joke.
Mhm.
There's no way they would want that.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that my producer's the one that responded back to him, and he said, "Oh, she's doing it." So they reached out to him and got the answer they was looking for. And so then last year we filmed it, and I didn't talk about it after that because I thought surely they wouldn't choose
Mhm.
me. I'm an amateur. Like it's not gonna be. And I
natural.
didn't
Yeah.
talk about it at all after. People were asking me about it, and I wouldn't say anything about it because I didn't want to get everybody's hopes up and it not be. And so I was just staying in my prayer closet the whole time, hoping it would happen. And sure enough, the week before it came out, they called us and said, "You're gonna be on the show." And I'm like, "What?" I was an emotional wreck. Like I literally was sobbing because I didn't think they would choose me, and they did. And they told us the week that it was coming out almost. And so I don't know. It was an experience that I will never ever forget. It was incredible. And I want to shout out Tanner while I'm on here for being such an amazing guy and just spending time with me and getting to know more about me. We're like best friends and we're taking it one step at a time. Mom says it's not good to rush into anything, and I totally agree. So,
This one.
so we're taking it one step at a time, but we're like best friends. I mean, he keeps on already texting saying when can we hang out next, and it's just incredible. I was nervous whenever we first started filming because I'm like, what if something goes wrong? And I forgot what I said and I forgot what I did, but it all turned out it was good. And Dad's favorite part was when Tanner asked me if he could give me a kiss. I said, "Okay, but right here," and that's Dad's favorite line.
The dad fist pump around the world.
Yeah.
My girl. Yeah.
Way to go, Callie.
So real quick, Callie, this is Pam, who is one of our just so awesome and super fan. Callie's going to create a crumble cookie. Is that true?
No, she wants to.
Oh,
I want
and
to.
this kind of and they should seriously consider making a USA cookie next year.
Yes.
Yes, they should.
I love it. Send it
You know what, I also-
WSA.
Yeah.
Pim, you're brilliant in
Yeah.
all kinds of ways.
This is why we love him.
Chat.
If you want it, you got to message them and tell them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So come the cookie if you're out there.
And I also want to, since we're going to be in the home of the Buffalo Wing, I thought
Yes.
we should create some sort of custom WSA hot Williams syndrome hot sauce. Or
Oh.
saucy wing seconds or something.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's.
Because they're sweet and spicy.
Oh,
Oh.
I may know it. I may know a guy who grows lots of peppers.
right.
That would be my son, who grows and just loves lots of peppers. All right. So, do you want to meet one of your biggest fans
Yes, I do.
in our community? Okay, let's see if he's still there. His name is Christopher, and he has been hounding. Yeah.
Oh, I love
He
Yeah,
follows
he's
me on
been
my
hounding us,
Facebook.
wanting to get to meet and talk to Callie. Christopher, are you there? Let's see.
This is our test of bringing someone in.
Yeah, this is we're gonna try this challenge here. And there
Oh.
you go.
Hey, Christopher.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh my gosh, it's an honor for me to meet you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
It's an honor to meet you too.
It's an honor to meet you too.
Can I give you my
We're here.
phone number?
Nice to see you.
Good to see you again, Christopher.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Christopher, tell us where you're joining us from.
I'm from Santa Maria, California.
Oh.
Early to
It
see you.
is so early, Christopher.
6:08 a.m.
Yeah, that will and hey, we have another person here. We have Catherine Taylor, daughter Lauren with Williams syndrome from the UK.
Wow.
Yes, this is the wonderful part of that's the good part about going morning and into
Yes.
the night is hopefully we can share this with people from
Blake from Kansas is on.
Yep. So Christopher, what's going on in California at this early time of the morning?
Let's see.
Oh,
There we go.
are we gonna get a live weather report?
It's kind of
Shine.
gloomy this morning.
Gloomy.
Kind of gloomy. Okay.
Yeah, gloomy.
Well, we're bright sunshine here in Atlanta, and that's
Yeah.
because the True Loves are here.
Oh, thank you.
They brought the sunshine. Well played.
Sometimes I know what I'm doing. Sometimes it's not just.
Christopher, did you set an alarm to be up this early, or did you just stay awake with excitement?
I like to stay awake a lot.
I do too. I do too.
I know. I'm telling you.
Christopher, Callie, any questions for Christopher?
Thank you for always being on my lives. I appreciate it so much, and thank you for being such a big fan. And I may or may not plan to be in California for my 22nd birthday. So I don't know for sure yet, but we'll see. And if I am, I'll message you and see if we can meet up while I'm down there.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Just keep a look out the window and
You never know, it might just show up.
What do you like to do for fun?
Oh my gosh, I love to travel. I love traveling. It's fun.
Me too. I love to travel. That's why I want to go to California so I can travel.
I
Where's
watched
your favorite place to travel to?
Las Vegas.
Oh.
What did you just do in Las Vegas, Christopher?
I went to see an AC/DC concert.
Wow.
Oh.
So you're a concert guy like me. I love
Yeah.
concerts.
Can
Yeah.
I share my AC/DC joke that I?
Yes.
We had lots of AC. We had a little bit of AC/DC at the talent show at camp, and my joke was, some people think that they're named AC/DC because those are the only chords that they know how to play. But really, it's about or anything like that. And then I segued into some brilliant introduction. I don't know. But I made that joke, and that joke got about the reaction that it just got in this film. So Christopher, so the AC, yeah, what that just happened not too long ago. I remember having you on when you were on the podcast. We were talking about
That was fun.
AC/DC. We have a couple podcast veterans here for the Starry Night podcast. It's been wonderful. You guys were one of our first guests, I think. I think we had you on early.
I watched your live yesterday. Oh my gosh, you are so funny. I love your lives.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you thought that was funny.
So what do you like to do in your lives, Kat?
Oh, don't ask.
I like to
So moving on. Yeah.
I like to make people laugh is what I like to do.
So what makes you laugh?
Oh God.
Everything.
My father and everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything makes me laugh. Like yesterday I was watching these funniest home videos or try not to laugh where people were falling off of their porches and I was screaming and laughing and Papa was like, "Girl, what is wrong with you?"
My wife is completely the same way. And it's like, oh, I know I shouldn't laugh.
Yes.
Sometimes, man, people falling is funny.
Like
laugh at anything.
this is like I'm like this is so awkward. Why am I laughing about this? But
Yeah.
then when I get into a deep laugh, I scream and that's what I
Well,
was
it's almost like those moments, like when Granny fell up the steps. My kid scared my mother, and
then she fell
was
into
trying
the
to hurry,
trash
and she
can.
fell up the steps, and her head went into the trash can. And it wasn't funny at the time, but when you look back, and then I think about the time I fell up the steps and groceries went like flying everywhere. So I guess it's like those times where you think back and you're like, oh yeah, I remember when I did something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Yeah, Kentucky is
Let's see
joining
what
us.
makes me laugh.
I'm sorry, Christopher, what was that? I missed that.
I'm trying to figure out what makes me laugh. My friends make me laugh a lot.
Yeah.
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 hmm
I'm gonna share it. I'm not gonna get right in front of the camera, but I'm
Oh
gonna
man,
share with
it's an honor for me to meet you, Tabitha.
Thank
It's so happy to
you.
meet you too.
So this is what's going on, you lovely TikTok people. Hopefully you can hear Christopher at least, but Christopher is joining us.
Yeah, I'm always on Instagram.
We will be. Oh, we should do an Instagram drop in.
Probably.
Oh.
Maybe in like 10 minutes we'll do an Instagram drop in. But yeah, so Christopher, love that you were able to stop by.
Me too.
In no way was I surprised that it happened, but I'm very, very
I-
happy that it did.
Me too.
Oh, you got Sarah Grace from South Carolina, so both Carolinas are represented.
Yay.
Way to go, Carolina, stripping up. Just as for everyone joining us, you can see just how excited the amount of excitement going on in this room. It's enough to make a dog sleep.
Kelly, can I give you my number so we can FaceTime and stuff?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
why
we're not
don't
doing it now though. We're not doing it now because it's going out to like.
Have your number.
you can send it message Callie on her page.
Yes.
All right.
Send it there. And we'll call you.
Yes.
All right. That's fine.
There you go.
All right. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
joining us.
Christopher.
Okay, take
I
care,
love you
buddy.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
We love you.
Okay, so how often does that happen?
Oh my gosh. Well, usually the only person that we bring in our lives are my sisters. That was the first time. I met Christopher. He's always on our lives.
He is.
He's so sweet though.
Mostly, I also. How often are you getting dudes messaging you saying, hey, do I have a shot? Do I have
Oh my gosh.
Is
Oh
it
my-
Tanner or bust or do I have a shot?
Oh my gosh. Every once in a while.
Yeah, every once in a while.
Got a
That's
fan
it.
club out there.
They usually go for Mama, even though they see her wedding rings, they still go for her.
There you go.
Let's go.
Still got it, Mom.
Still got it, Mom.
Oh my
I get
goodness.
people who will say, "Gosh, I bet you were good-looking once." I'm like,
You still are.
"Oh, thanks." And
So
not very much like
cute.
fishing.
You still
Um,
got it too, girl.
Yeah. Somebody named Christy from Florida.
Hey, Florida.
Yeah, no, we love Christy. Christy's family.
Yeah.
Yeah, so boy, that was fun. That was fun for Christopher to
Yeah.
join. The over under on him popping into
We
our-
figured.
yeah, we're like, what's gonna happen?
It is. Yeah.
So going back to a little bit before we were joined by Christopher, we were talking about so you and Tanner still keep in touch.
Yes, we
just
do.
chatting and stuff. That's awesome.
Uh-huh.
Have you had a chance to like see each other in person at all? Like
Yes.
your families or anything?
I met his mother twice, and I'm not sure when I'll get to meet his whole family, but I've seen his dad on a few podcasts,
Sure.
and they are just so nice. The whole family is. We watch his TikTok, and he's always with his family all the time, and they are just so sweet. And I think it's wonderful that family is important to him because it's important to me too. I love my family so much.
And we were just with him a couple like 2 weeks ago.
Hmm.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you get a call. You're gonna go on a date with a guy that you never met.
Hmm.
Blind date. We'll just call it that.
Oh, yeah.
It makes it sound creepier when I'm like, you're gonna go on a date with a guy you've never met.
Well, that's what I said. Blind date. Yeah.
Blind date.
Yeah.
How was it trying to meet a new person, trying to see if there was any connection or anything with another person, while there are cameras around? Were you able to sort of forget the cameras that were there, and and also how was your experience shooting True Love? How did that help you when you were out on this date with other cameras on you?
It helped me so much having cameras around whenever I was around all the people with Williams syndrome whenever we filmed, because I would have been a nervous wreck if I hadn't I did True Love the film and knowing that cameras would be around and people would be hiding in bushes and stuff. And so I was in a good, in a really good. I was just so calm and I handled it very well. They told me what to do when they wanted me to look at the camera, when they wouldn't want me to look at the camera. And so it was just the best experience ever. And I think True Love really gave me that opportunity to experience what it was like having the big cameras around and stuff. So
I don't really think, I mean, even when we first started filming, it didn't bother her.
no, because
I mean, really
I
just-
was so used to having a phone camera around
Just
me all the
Right.
time
It's-
that I was so used to it.
So that's a generational thing
Yeah,
then, yeah,
that's-
where having a camera on us is something of a novelty for
But she's
It all started
always-
when I was 11 years old when I had
Oh,
open heart
wait.
surgery.
Yeah, but she's always, she's always loved to. She would go walk up to anybody. She would go in front of a big crowd, even when she was younger, and it never fazed her. She just,
Mm-mm.
she just loved it.
Yeah.
She loves to be around people and loves to, even when she was little and could barely talk or barely walk, she loved people and
Yeah.
loved to be around. And the bigger the crowd,
The
the
better it
better.
is for me, the bigger the
Yeah,
crowd,
she just
the
loves it.
better it is for me because I'm an aunt of 10 and I have a big family, so the more people the merrier. And I feel like everybody deserves to be talked to in the best
Sure.
way possible.
That's right.
Yeah. So True Love changed my life, and then Love on the Spectrum changed my life. And actually, I have some exciting events coming up that I can't say much about right
Okay.
now. But once I get permission, we will text Miss Sarah and let y'all
Yes.
know what's going on.
Can I just take random guesses as to what they are, and then you can say no or yes?
Sure.
Okay, are you going to be the next Bachelorette?
No.
Okay. Are you going to compete on Survivor?
No, I wouldn't last a day on that show.
No, you know what I. Let's see. Are you going live on tour opening for Taylor Swift?
No, but
Okay.
I had her bus when I did my
You did
film.
that for both.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Yes.
Your bus.
Let's see. One more random. I'll allow myself one more random guess. Are you going to be the starting pitcher for the Florida Marlins?
No.
Okay. So just some.
0 for 4.
Yeah, over 4, and that's okay. That should be my nickname, Ofer, because that is often when I score. Okay, well, so here we are. We got 9. Did that clock stop going? Yes, it feels it's 9. So it's 9. Welcome to 9:23. Can I get you all anything?
Snacks?
Snacks. We have
No.
snacks. You have water. Please help yourself to water. Price.
No, thank
Can we
you.
get you anything?
I know.
Can we get you anything?
Sweetest.
I'll actually tell you guys what's going on after the live.
Oh yeah.
Woo! You just can't tell the general public. Yes.
Not
All
yet,
right.
but when I get permission, I'll tell
How long
them
can
too.
we stay? Can we keep talking for a little bit?
Yeah.
Yes, we
Okay.
probably. As long as we leave here.
Oh,
Oh
perfect.
goodness, yes.
We have
Oh,
to
we'll have
see.
you here. Yeah.
Okay, so we
Great.
get to church.
Wait, where are you going?
We're going to speak at a church.
Oh, another speaking engagement.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about when you get asked to come speak. You get to share. Well, I'm assuming is it the whole family that gets to come up, or is it mostly you, Kelly?
They mainly ask me and mom because all the other people in my family are a little shy and they don't like to speak that much.
Mhm.
Unless
daddy.
And your
unless-
dad already has
Yeah.
an outlet for that.
Yeah, daddy. They ask daddy to come too, because he likes to preach a lot because he's a pastor and he likes to talk a lot. And so they ask all, well, 4 of us, including her, because she
Well,
likes
yeah.
to talk too.
Sure. Yeah.
So, they ask all 4 of us, and I and Mama gets shy whenever she has to speak, so I do most of the talking. But I think I'll let you do most of the talking today because you know what you're going to speak on. I just off the hip things, just wing it.
This is true.
I never know what I'm going to say or what I'm going to do. It's just I just let God talk the words into my mouth and they come out.
So is it do you speak on specific topics, or do they ask you to come speak on specific topics? Or is it,
I
or do you
speak
have
on,
sort of like a couple prepared presentations.
we just speak on what people want us to speak on. Like if they tell us what they want us to speak, then we'll speak about it. But if they don't, I just come up with something myself and I talk about it. Yeah.
She's freestyle.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Here, you know what I can do? Okay, so a little on-air production meeting that has been, I've been entertaining myself because I have my mouse here. My computer and everything is obviously way over there. So I'm on my mouse. The amount of times I have tried to move the cursor by moving my leg and not the mouse, I'm like, why is it not? Oh, that's right, because I can't. Oh, thank you, Chris, for
Oh, Chris, you ready for it?
my boy. We said, oh, what did I do here?
You clicked onto the
Oh,
comment.
that's right.
So-
Thank you. Right. That's.
Oh, good.
Wonder if I can. Oh, look at that. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there you
I'll do
go.
that. That way it makes it easier.
Oh, I was like, why is it look at the
if you-
camera.
Oh, they want to know
Okay,
that.
I'm gonna go ahead and encourage you guys to not put your personal information in the chat. Because we're not the only ones watching. And we want to make sure everyone is safe. So
You might want to delete those comments.
yeah, I'll have
Just
to
for the
go
safety
in.
of the participants.
So why don't can I turn it over to you for a moment?
Yes,
Let me take that.
absolutely. And it sounds like it might be a little bit hard to hear if we don't directly have a mic, so we'll keep speaking up. So I want to go back a little bit to, and then maybe we can do like do you have questions? And you can put them in the chat.
Okay.
Can you share just a little bit about your like journey with getting her diagnosis and how that all has
So Callie, we did not know until Callie was 2 months old. We were diagnosed at 2 months old. Callie kept having episodes where she would go lethargic, and so we knew when she was born, the night that she was born, she wound up in the NICU unit because her oxygen kept dropping and heart rate kept dropping when she would cry or suck her bottle. And so she wound up in the NICU unit, but still had no idea anything else was wrong. And we kept having episodes where she was going lethargic and I would have to call 911. And that's going to the hospital, then they heard a heart murmur and they said it didn't sound like, as what they said, a normal heart murmur. And so we were sent to a cardiologist, and in the midst of all of that, going from hospital back home, being transported back, we wound up at Showa. And so instead of or most, I don't know what the percentage is of the Williams syndrome individuals have the narrowing in the curvature of their aorta. Callie's is her whole aorta. And so when they found the heart murmur, found that, they referred us to a genetic doctor, and the genetic doctor immediately said she has Williams syndrome. Yeah. And he said, I'm going to test her, but I can tell, by the facial features and everything. And so before that, the doctors had told us that with her whole aorta being the way that it was, just to take her home and live every moment like it was the last. Right. And, hearing that, I just, in my mind, and me and my husband both at the same time looked at each other and said, it doesn't matter, what she has, what diagnosis she has, we're going to take her home and live every day like it's the last, and just live our life and give her the best life that we can. And, God has graciously let us have her for I'll go almost 22 years. And, and when I say this, I said this to somebody years ago when she first got the diagnosis of her daughter having Williams syndrome. I told them, I said, it may seem like a lot right now. And when you hear that, it seems like a lot. But she will be the biggest blessing you have ever received. And she sort of got like upset with me because she was like, how can you say that to me? My daughter's just been diagnosed with this. And I said, but I promise she will be the biggest blessing. Years later, she came to me and said, I need to apologize. She said, you were right. And, it is a diagnosis, and there is a lot of struggles and a lot of trials, and there's a lot of stuff that, goes, to help them with function in their life. But what a joy. Oh my goodness. The amount of love and the amount of smiles and the love that they have for life and the love that they have for others is unexplainable. And that's what I saw at the convention, is how they all just come together. They love, and they just love life. And that's what Callie's taught me. It doesn't matter, the struggles and the trials and the things that we go through, to love life. And, if your child has just been diagnosed with Williams syndrome, or if you yourself are struggling with who you are or the diagnosis that you got, don't let that diagnosis define who you are. Go and live your life and do
God has put something in you to shine and to change people. Every person. The other day we went to see Tanner and I heard this voice and I was like, oh my gosh. And it was just like my heart just overflowed. And I thought to myself, this person has to have Williams syndrome. And I turned around and sure enough, his name is Slick Nick and he goes to Clemson and he came in and there was just like this bright light. Just a surge of energy. And, it's just amazing. I love how, and I know that some are, that they have their struggles and they have their anxiety. Callie struggles with anxiety too. And and I know there's some that struggles. But I think deep down, they all have that.
It's that's exactly what I said this morning. We were talking about that this is very much a spectrum,
Mhm.
but even like we have, kiddos that can't speak and have spicy Williams syndrome, like
Mhm.
Jen describes Stella. But there is
It's all
there
in
is a light in there
It
that
is.
shows in different
Yes,
ways.
yes.
But it's so true.
Yeah. I think they all have it, and I think sometimes also it's the influences because they're influenced influenced by others and the
Totally.
surroundings, and so. But I think they all have that. They all have that. I've been around some that doesn't speak very much and are very shy, but just the glow on their face and the love, you can just feel it. And so yeah, I think they're just special. All agree. Yeah,
It's a lot to hear when you have a new child, and so I can understand how somebody would not
Yeah.
fathom how
Yeah.
that would be the message that you give them. But
and you have all this and all of it comes at you at once, but really if you just I think everybody has, like I tell Callie sometimes she'll say, well, why can't I do this or why can't I do that? And I'm like, we all have things that we can't do. I have to write things down and I have to make a list or I'll forget it. And I'll say, Callie, don't let me forget to do this. I think that we all have struggles.
Yes.
And don't let those struggles define who you are. And as a parent, don't let that bog you down. Go forward and let them live the best life that they can. And get involved with the Williams Syndrome Association. Get involved with others that have the same diagnosis and go forward and get them involved in as much as you can, because I think that's important too.
absolutely,
Yeah.
and that's why WSA exists,
Yes.
to make sure that you can get connected with
Yeah.
other families,
Yes.
of people with Williams syndrome,
Yeah.
so you can be connected with your people,
Mhm.
which is why we have convention
Yes.
and camp and our support groups
Yes.
for the families and the local events that
Yes.
happen, so you can get connected
Right.
with other people that and adventure seekers. So those adults with Williams syndrome can join each other virtually. That was one of the bright things that came out of COVID is
Yes.
we learned how to connect online out of necessity, and now everybody can stay connected online, but we travel with our adults with Williams syndrome. There's so many great opportunities, and every day we're thinking about more things that we can add to make sure that more people can be part of this community, because it's a game changer,
And that's wonderful, because I know when we first found out Callie had it, we didn't know anybody.
Right.
And that helps to have that support and that family to I was so thankful when we met Clancy, because Clancy was older than Callie, and just talking to her parents and getting how they done things and what they did to help, and even though some things Callie and Clancy are a lot different, but also they have a lot of the same. And seeing somebody and then being able to help, and what might work for somebody might not work for somebody else, but you still have that support, and you have that, oh, well, let's see, this, just like the little boy in Cracker Barrel, if I'd have had somebody to tell me that, I would have known, oh, let's put headphones on her, or let's get a weighted, blanket, or, whatever. But I just, I think that is amazing what y'all do with all of the support that you have, and what you offer is amazing.
It sure is, and I highly recommend that you go to the convention next year.
Absolutely. Yes. If you haven't joined us, and you're an individual with Williams syndrome, or you're a family member, watch the website. If you're not a member of the WSA, any of you, all of you that are watching, it's free to join. You just go to our website, williams-syndrome.org. There's a link that says join. You fill out a brief amount of information. Like we said, it's free. And then you'll get our newsletters. We send out a monthly newsletter. We send out a weekly update of everything that's going on, and that'll help you know what's happening, either in your area, or, throughout the country. You can stay connected that way. How's it going over there, Joel?
Good. Just doing a little production stuff.
Just checking.
Just trying to stay on top of things so that we are ready.
All right.
Yeah, for when we meet others.
More friends joining us online. I love it.
Yeah, lots of
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it like
I
having a
love
big
you, Sarah.
I'm so happy to see you.
I'm so
It's been
happy
way
to see
too long.
you. I know.
It's a great way to do it.
Here, I got an idea. Let's quick show this. Let's promote this a little bit.
All right.
Share this.
I just go through life one day at a time. You never know what's going to happen. We're not promised tomorrow. I believe in the power of a hug, kiss, and a handshake, and a fist bump, and a smile.
Callie is very loving. She cares about anyone and everything.
Y'all are so sweet.
A young lady was going to commit suicide. She was thanking Callie for saving her life.
How we get so blessed with this opportunity. I'm just a small town girl, trying to help people.
We're supposed to be different. Now I'm getting emotional.
Now I'm getting emotional.
They're so adorable. Welcome to our house.
When people aren't treating me nice, I just try to ignore them because I'm not that kind of person.
This is me, and I love everything you talk about.
I say she floats around a room like a bumblebee. She spreads joy like pollen.
It's like I'm not the end of the world that's trying to get nicer.
I love you, buddy.
I love you too.
You're worthy of love, and that I can love you across political difference, across racial difference, across developmental difference.
I love.
Williams syndrome has changed our life, honestly. We're grateful for her.
If the whole world could be or see through their eyes, it would be such a glorious place to be.
Love is the most powerful law of all, and I want people to realize that love conquers all.
If everyone had Williams syndrome in the world, there would be no need for armies or anything, because everybody would love one another.
I wish the world could see each other the way Callie sees everybody.
It's not what's wrong with them. It's what's wrong with us.
I forgot how much I love that trailer.
And it's not coming soon. It's
I know. Oh my God.
I'm such a crier though too. I forgot how much I love that.
I just wanted to.
That was great.
What's it like seeing that? You were so young.
I was.
Years ago already.
I know.
Gosh.
I was very young. I don't know. It leaves me speechless to believe that was me.
Oh, we're thankful.
We're very thankful. I feel like it's changed my life.
Oh, I'm sure.
It sure has.
Sure.
Just ignore me. I'm still just doing it.
All right.
Doing on production stuff. This is what happens when you have
we're a high we are a high budget.
High budget, right here.
Um,
So Kelly, what do you do to keep busy when you're not, out making new TV shows?
Oh my goodness. I love to sing. I love to dance. I love to babysit my nieces and nephews. And I love being around animals the most. I have a new kitten now. His name is Sir Cats-a-Lot.
Love it. I love it.
Everybody laughs at his name. They think it's so royal, like Sir Cats-a-Lot. And I also have a pet lizard who lives outside. 2 black snakes, a male and a female. The boy's name is Sergeant, and then his wife's name is Mrs. Sergeant. And then I have a whole herd of deers, and they'll eat out of your hand almost. Yeah,
So are the snakes in a
they're
cage?
outside.
They're
No,
outside.
they just roam.
But they can
They,
visit.
yeah.
Like they're.
Oh yeah.
They're in our.
I
we have
actually,
with snake.
I actually petted a snake one time. I didn't realize what it was, and I was actually playing with it when I was a little girl, and it stuck its face out here, and I was just petting on it. I told Mama to come outside, and she thought it was just a blue snake. I said, "Come
It's a
meet."
blue tail lizard.
I
but
said-
she was always toting them around.
I said, "Come meet my new friend, Mom." And she walks out there and starts screaming. I'm like, "What is your problem?" She goes, "It's a snake."
Like, if you're just like an animal person and you don't know to be afraid of it, it's just another fun little animal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you
They
know
are.
that you still love snakes.
Oh, I adore black snakes. I just
Excellent.
want to hold them and love on them.
No, I feel like things that don't have legs should not move. that is natural. I do
No,
like
no,
lizards.
Oh my goodness. And I tell you what else I do in my free time. I watch Bigfoot documentaries. I love Bigfoot so much. Yes, I love Bigfoot so much. Yes. Oh yeah.
Tell them what you said you would do if you saw.
I said I would run up there and give him a big hug. Yep. Yeah.
what a
Yeah.
shock! That shocks me so much.
I feel like I could hug you back.
That's what I said. Somebody would hug you
A
out.
lot of people are shocked because I told people I call it my job, but I really volunteer there at J Moore Farms. I said, I don't know if y'all know this about me or not, but I'm a really big Bigfoot fan, and they were dying laughing, saying, "No, you're not." And I said, "Yes, I am." They couldn't believe it. They
Don't come at Kelly with no love for Bigfoot.
I love Bigfoot so much. I think he's adorable.
And you made the comment that you call it your job and you volunteer. It's important to find like what you love in life and what's
Yeah.
fun to you. And for some people, that's a job. We've got a lot of friends out here that we saw. Charles just went to work at Publix. That's where he's worked for 11 years now. We've got people that work all over the place, and then there are people that have their cups filled by volunteering out there.
Yeah.
My son Matthew, if he comes on, we'll talk about his volunteering. He's volunteering at 2 places now, and that's what he finds fulfilling.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. The people there are very accepting of me, and they always take such good care of me. And like it takes me a while to learn things, but at J Moore, they just have to demonstrate it one time, and I know exactly what to do. It's crazy.
And what
And
kind of a place is that? And what do you do?
so J Moore is like a supermarket
Well,
kind
they
of.
have it's a farm. and
It's
they
a
have
farm.
Peaches. They grow their own peaches,
Yeah.
strawberries, and they have all kind of vegetables and fruits,
Mhm.
and they make homemade pies.
I work
they make
inside.
ice cream.
So I need to come visit this place.
Oh,
You do. You do.
Then in the fall, they have a big
Go to there.
what is the corn maze, and they
The
have
corn
a
maze,
they
yes.
grow their own
And
pumpkins.
we have little animals that usually go
Mhm.
down there
Oh,
like
yes.
for petting zoos and stuff. I just love it there. That I went there 1 week and came back home with a shirt. Went the next week and came back home with the name tag.
Funny how that works. So all the, like Matthew volunteers at a thrift shop. He is the greeter at the thrift shop, and that also came about the same way. He went in and like started meeting the people and loved it. He loves going thrifting, and he kept saying that he wanted to volunteer. So I said, "Well, then you should ask," and that's how it came about.
Yeah.
It's funny how that.
I need to go through.
I didn't.
I know. Love it.
I love it.
I didn't even ask. They just gave it to me.
Perfect.
They give me little things for work in there and
And you
stuff.
started doing. Tell them what you do first. Your first.
I
thing
started.
you do.
I do therapy for my first hour there, and then I go into my job where I work there, and it is just incredible. They have me doing all kinds of different things. Like I'll check people out. I'll bag their groceries for them. I'll greet the customers. Like I can just be over doing peaches or pears or something like that, and a customer will walk in. I'll say, "Hey, how are you?" And they'll be like, "I'm good. How are you?" I'm like, "I'm good. Thank you for coming. Come visit us again."
That's perfect. Okay, what's in season right now?
Oh, peaches. I have
They
my
have strawberries.
peaches and strawberry season was short because there was a lot of bad ones this year. They said
Yes.
so. So they had a bit of a hard strawberry crop this year, but peaches are really looking promising. They taste so good, and we have so many different varieties. My boss Ian was saying how many different varieties we had, and I'm like, "How do you remember all that stuff?"
Are they open on Sundays?
They are.
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Yes. It's that
Hey, you know, all of this is portable. We can take this.
Take it on the road.
Listen,
We're gonna go thrifting with them.
I know.
Hey Sarah, stop by my house and pick me up. I'll put on my work shirt. I'll put on my work shirt, and I can check y'all out.
They have homemade ice cream and the homemade pies.
Yes. Oh my gosh, we got peach and we got
They have all-
pineapple ice cream,
I might be
vanilla,
late for
chocolate.
next Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go.
Giving you a warning. Oh my gosh.
So real quick, I want to do a reset here. I just signed off of TikTok a moment ago because we are doing our first drop in on Instagram,
Hey Insta.
and I have only so many devices. So we are now live on Instagram for a little bit.
This way a little bit. So they can
Oh,
see
yeah,
it
there we
better.
go. Sorry.
They are not here to see me right at this moment. There you
We
go.
are here with Callie and Tabitha Truelove. My name is Joel. I'm off camera right now because, again, only so much. Here, hi. Hi, Instagram. Yeah, we're here. Sarah Schaefer, Executive Director of the Williamson Association. I almost forgot what it is that we work for. We're only into hour 2. Thank goodness. But yeah, like I said, we are here. True Love, Tabitha Truelove, and I totally forgot.
Dolly Star.
Dolly Star.
Looks like Dolly might actually be interested in joining us now. Perked up a little
Heard
bit.
her name.
Yeah. So we're here. We've been talking about. Let's see. Yeah, I can't turn off all of them.
Yep. Listen, this is the beauty of live production.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No editing
Stuff.
here.
That's
Oh.
exactly
No.
right.
Right. It's what it
What's
is.
live, it is.
That's
It's
right.
what it is.
It is indeed. So we are live. We are going live today until 10 p.m. Eastern with breaks. We're masochists, but we're not brutal masochists. So we are going to we'll be taking a lunch break. We'll be taking little breaks. We'll put on some videos, things like that. But we've been talking with Callie and Tabitha about Love on the Spectrum, about True Love the film, about speaking engagements, about dating, about we covered the gamut. People falling down and us laughing at them. So sorry, Callie.
And my job at Jane Moore.
Oh,
And your job. So we'll be back on TikTok in just a little bit. But there's the Netherlands.
Yay!
So we are here. So if you have questions for Callie or Tabitha, please put them in the chat.
Yes.
Please send us some questions here. I'll even go a little closer. My gosh, am I old? I'll go closer to the Instagram so people put any.
There you go.
You know, the Instagram is a very different beastie. How old? Well, a lady never tells. How old is Callie? Callie, are you willing to share?
I'm 21, but next month on June the 27th, I'll be 22.
Your birthday's the day after my birthday.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yep. Woohoo! So yours is June the 26th.
It is.
The same day as my childhood best friend.
I love it. It's a good time of year. June's a good month.
It sure is.
How can we connect with others with Williams syndrome? Well, we try to have many ways that we can connect up with others with Williams syndrome.
Yeah.
We have things like our convention. You'll hear us talk about. Oh my gosh, I remember this.
There you go.
We have our convention that happens every 2 years. Next year is in Buffalo, New York. And we try to do lots of live programming locally. It's best to, you can always reach out to, specifically me at the Williams Syndrome Association, and I can help you with finding hopefully some people in your state or in your area that can keep you up to date on what's going on. We have Facebook groups for pretty much every region of the country, and that's a good place to sort of see what's going on in your area. We have, if you are an adult with Williams syndrome, we have 2 monthly meetings called the Virtual Adventure Seekers, which we'll be doing a live Adventure Seekers tonight at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. And which seems so far away at this point, but it'll be really wonderful to have that. So there's a lot of ways to connect now. If you're looking to connect with others in person, the best way is probably to reach out, and we can get you connected with people in your area, other families, whether you're looking for specific parents or specific families, or just looking to connect with anybody, we can help facilitate that. Here is a person saying, we have a granddaughter with Williams syndrome. How can we support her? Grandparents, as I have in the description of our grandparent support group, which is one thing that you get. There's the grandparent support group on our family support network. You can go to williams-syndrome.org/support groups and see all of the different support groups we have. But we have one specifically for grandparents. And the grandparents walk a really fine line, because obviously they want to help. They want to be as involved as they can. However, you also want to let your child or your child-in-law, if it is that kind of family, be able to make their decisions, and they need to be the parents. And if it all works out that way. So it is a fine line. That's one of the things that I know that they talk about quite a bit in the grandparent group, is how do we navigate really wanting to help, wanting to share information, wanting to share things that they see that maybe others don't, or maybe even the parents don't, without crossing some sort of line. That is a tricky journey.
I know with my parents, my mother was, she like stepped up, and whatever, like if she could see me getting overwhelmed, or, she saw what I did. And then whenever I needed just a second, because I know as a mom, sometimes it does get a little overwhelming. She would just step in and she would say, you just tell me what I need to do and I'll do it. And I know, pay attention to what helps the child and what helps the parents, and just be there, even if it's just coming and sitting in a room and not saying anything, just supporting and being there to you know, take the load off sometimes, and or just, you know, just and go to the Williams Syndrome Association and look up those resources that you can help. And you know, sometimes, like he said, sometimes the mom or the dad you may see something that you could say, this might help. I read this here, you know, because I know whenever and still, as a mom, you're trying to navigate, you know, like therapies or different things, and you don't really have a lot of times to sit down and just, you know, read through things. And that's what my husband did that a lot. He would read things and he would come to me and say, you know, I read this and this is, you know, let's try this or whatever. So as a grandparent, you could do that and help that, or be there, you know, go to those resources at the Williams Syndrome Association and read those and, you know, just be there and support the child and support the parents and get involved. I know a lot of times I've talked to a lot of people that their parents were like, didn't really want to accept it, you know, right. And so accept it, go forward, be a support, and love that child and love that family and just be there to help any way you can. Because I mean, I'm talking about myself, but I believe family is a huge thing. Family is a huge, I mean, just it's a huge part of our life. And I think it makes a difference with the kids or the individuals when they have all the support that they can get. So get involved and yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we have reached, the True Loves have to get to a speaking engagement, but we are so thankful that we were able to have a time with
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming by. Please text weekend to 71777 or go to Weekend for Williams, Weekend for Williams.org, and you can give there for our Weekend for Williams Spectacular. We're going to end on one final hard-hitting question. What is your favorite song and band?
Oh my goodness.
We have that from Karen.
Goodness gracious. I really love all genres of music. I love all bands, really. I think everybody's amazing, and I just love all kinds of music.
Who's your
really.
favorite singer?
Oh my gosh, Dolly Parton is my favorite. Yeah, that's who she sings.
And who's your favorite male singer?
Oh, Neil McCoy.
Oh.
Neil McCoy. Actually, me and Neil we have that niece and uncle relationship. We're so close.
Love it.
Yes.
All right, let's give it up for Callie and Tabitha, the True Love and Ellis. Say goodbye to them, and then we get to welcome right away our next guest, who will be our first or our second Zoom guest, but our first.
I'm going to walk them out, and
Okay.
you can make a little swap here.
Sounds good.
Because I got to go get the tea, you know, before they walk away.
All right.
So,
Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, it's so good to see you. Yes, thank you.
Did I do that? No, but that was me, I think.
Okay. Canada in the house. Welcome. So good to see all of you. Okay. Hi, I'm Joel. I'm actually on camera now. Okay. So we are here. We are approaching hour number, 3? We're entering into hour number 3 of our Weekend for Williams Give-a-thon. Please, your donations help fund programs like, goodness gracious, my mid-morning coffee coming back on me. We support programs like our camps, our WSA camps, Camp Blue Skies. We partner with them on camps for adults, our conventions, our other programs that we do to help our support groups. Tayden, can we meet her on Zoom one day? So Callie, you mean like have her come and join us, and we'll do essentially like a big webinar with Callie. I mean, Callie's so great, and Callie is such a good spokesperson and has been so wonderful and instrumental in getting the word out about Williams syndrome. When you live Williams syndrome, like many of us as parents do, and obviously as an individual with Williams syndrome, sometimes you get frustrated about like, why is there not, why are we still talking about awareness? How are people not aware of this? And then you got to realize that, look, when you're this rare, when you're 1 in 10,000, it is difficult to break through the din, and there's always going to be people who haven't heard of it, and there's always going to be new people who are getting diagnoses. So let's see, Lori's asking, how can we support this organization? What is the email? You can Williams Syndrome Association, williams-syndrome.org. For this weekend, you can go to weekend4Williams.org. You can go to weekend4Williams, spell it out, .org or .com. All of those should take you to our Weekend for Williams page, where we are on a goal to try to complete, to finish our goal. I'm going to give this to the Instagram people. We're trying to raise 100. Oh, did I accidentally? Oh, phew, I was afraid I accidentally hung up on y'all. We're trying to reach $100,000 for our programs and for our organization. And we are sitting right now, at last check, we had about 52,000. So we're on our way. So Instagram people, I'm going to sign off here, but you can join us over on TikTok on the Williams Syndrome Association. It's at WSA Official over on TikTok. So we'll check back in with you later, Instagram. You be good. Instagram. Okay. And we thank you, Instagram. You're a very kind Instagram. And apparently it's not. There we go. Okay. So and pretty soon here we are going to be welcome. You know what we are in? Oh my goodness, I did not prepare this ahead of time. But we are going into our very first I should have this queued up, but I don't. I came close, but then I was distracted by having fun with the True Loves. We are into our very first I promise you, this is not going to be the whole broadcast, is me squinting and trying to see things very far away, which, boy, that's quality entertainment. And let's see, weekly countdown. And so but anyway, we are into our first power hour, which thanks to the wonderful people at Brinkley's Boutique. Let's see, Williams Syndrome or Weekend for Williams. Let's call it that. Let's call it what it's called. Weekend for Williams Live 1. Great. And share. Great. So we let me get us going back on TikTok on the tickety talkities. Going live, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we are into our very first power hour, thanks to Brinkley's Boutique, where we are going to be thanks to Brinkley's Boutique in Wisconsin. They are going to be matching donations for the next hour. And so at this point, we can I would like to bring in, here, where is it? I need my, there we go. Let's bring in the fantastic, okay, we are going to bring in the fantastic Barb Nelson from Brinkley's Boutique. Hope joining us now. Been so patient. Okay. I think Barb is joining up. Let's see, just waiting for audio to connect. All of that stuff. Brendan and Ben are also good speakers too. Fun fact, I believe there are 2 members on the Williams syndrome board that have Williams syndrome. We actually, Pim, what's great is we have 3 adults with Williams syndrome on our board of trustees. It's part of our what's it called, like our charter, our, you know, the rules that we have as an organization. We always have to have at least 2. So we have Brendan Lemieux, who's on there, Clancy Hopper, and Gianna Morello are on our board right now. And those are 3 adults. And what's great is, so the board also, like, they pair them up with a like a board mentee. So it's another board member who makes sure that they have everything that they need and that they understand everything that's that they are able to take the time that they need to talk to understand everything. It's great. I'll get more into that later. Barb.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's so good to see you.
Likewise. We're here.
How are you? Happy Williams Syndrome Awareness Month.
Woohoo! We're wrapping it up, aren't we?
I know. And Brinkley, well, so Brinkley's Boutique has for years been doing celebrating Williams Syndrome Awareness Month, doing all sorts of awareness activities in your store, in the store.
Well, actually both. We do it within our city as well.
Yeah, I know you've been doing the bridge lighting and things.
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
The bridge lighting is our 3rd year.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I think so too.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I organize a bridge lighting in Minneapolis so that we get the bridge.
Yeah, your bridges are prettier than ours, so you don't take my thrill away.
I only get it for one night though. Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay. Now I'm feeling a little better. I get it for the whole
that's
month.
the trade-off. I get
is.
the Lowry Avenue Bridge, which thank you to the city of Minneapolis, because this year for the first time we got the colors in the correct order. It's always great to see the blue and the green and the red, but I've been like, is there any way we can get the red in the middle and then it kind of looks like the heart, you know, and yeah, and we got it this year for the first time, and very, very happy that
they switch ours out, so it kind of it changes within like the diagram or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So
so it's kind of like a little bit of a show, if you want to say that.
That's awesome.
This year I added yellow for some reason, and I said, and they're like, "What colors do you want?" So I went blue, green, yellow, and I'm like, "Okay, send." And then they emailed me back and said, "Last year you didn't want yellow. Are you sure you want yellow?" And I'm like, "Ooh, yeah, probably not."
Yeah.
Oops.
Hey, all colors are, you know, Williams syndrome colors if you think about it.
There you go.
I guess. So we have the bridge lighting. You tell us about and this year, or is it every year? But Oshkosh was able to declare. You were able to get the proclamation. Yeah.
Yes. That is our 3rd year that we've done the proclamation, and I know. And the city mayor, I went to the council meeting the last week in April, and then he let me speak on Williams syndrome for my little blurb, you know, and then I got my proclamation, and we have 3 of them now hanging in the store. So
that's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Thank you, Oshkosh.
I know, but it's really not as difficult to get your city to oblige Is that my right word? Make this happen for you if you're just kind to them and follow their rules. And it really was quite easy. And to go to the council meeting was kind of fun, and woohoo, we need that recognition.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Then we have the bridge lighting. We have Williams Syndrome Awareness Month in Oshkosh. How have things been at the store?
Well, within the store, we do 3 activities all month long. And we start with playing Brinkley's Bingo. Okay. And this was, I kind of creatively, I love to play bingo. So we call bingo calls every morning, 5 of them. And we do this through Facebook. And I call our core customers our Brinkley besties. So our besties buy a bingo card. The very first, we start selling them in April. So they buy the Brinkley's cards, and then we play bingo all month long. And we do 5 calls in the morning, and then they screenshot their winner to me, or when they win their winning card to me. And then I have amazing donors from my vendors donate prizes each week, where we're playing for up to a $200 outfit from my vendors. And it's pretty incredible that they are so generous with what they're getting. So we have one major prize, and then when we get that bingoed off or claimed, then we keep playing, and I have smaller prizes that the vendors have also donated to me. So and at this point they just know it's coming up, and they're like, okay, Barb, what do you want again this month? And they just send it to me. They're great. They're absolutely great.
That's
So
fantastic.
yes, it's, again, it just ask. The worst thing you can hear is no, and that doesn't happen very often. So
Absolutely.
they play that for $20 a month for the cards. So I think we raised about $700 through Brinkley's Bingo. Some of my customers just know it's this month, and they come in with nice checks for us. So that's good. And then twice this month, we had donate a discount. And they came in and gave me $10, and then they got 10% off, 20, 20, 30, 30. And then we raised another chunk of money then. And I'm proud to say we're just short of $2,500 is what we've raised thus far.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So it's a little down from previous years, but it's been a little bit of a rough season with everything going on.
Yes.
So I was hoping for at least 1,500. So for us to add another 1,000 to that, I feel good.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, the way of the world. We've all seen it. It's it's a little tough out there.
Yeah.
But the fact that we still have so many wonderful people willing to give, willing to share, and share their love of Brinkley and Brinkley's Boutique, but also share. And then we have a wonderful people like you and Brinkley's Boutique and everyone at Brinkley's Boutique willing to share with the community. And so it's so great. So that's really wonderful. I was just on the website the other day.
On our website. Oh yeah, that's Brinkley's probably what, 9 or 10 on that. We need to update that. But
Yeah, you know, or maybe it might have been your Instagram page. But
either or.
There's quite, maybe you could tell people, because obviously you were with us last year, but hopefully we have even more wonderful new viewers joining us here. Maybe you could tell us a little bit more about about Brinkley's Boutique, about who you are and your relationship with Williams Syndrome.
Will do. We actually opened our store we're in our 9th year. Brinkley was 5 when we opened. Brinkley is our granddaughter, and we just love, her name goes so well with boutique to begin with. So I think the dear Lord above knew Grandma wanted a boutique someday. So Mommy and Daddy thought of that and named her Brinkley, which goes so well, like I said, with the boutique. So her name just screams a clothing store. So we opened this, like I said, 9 years ago. Brinkley is our granddaughter, and Brinkley was diagnosed with Williams syndrome at age 11 months. And I'll get into Brinkley's diagnosis and that once I explain a little bit more about our store, if that's okay. We are located at 419 North Main in downtown Oshkosh. You can see behind me, we have our logo right there is Brinkley's Boutique. We welcome every customer that comes into our store with, do you know about Brinkley? And I try to say, Brinkley is our granddaughter and Brinkley has special needs. And immediately I'm trying to create awareness for every customer that comes in. So they understand that it's not just a name on the door, that name is a person. And then generally they want to know, well, what does she have? And what's it all about? Oh, we've never heard that. So we also have a wall in the back of our store that has almost every person that has come to our store who has Williams syndrome. I've taken pictures of them, and then we would post that, whoever was in, and we'd post that on Facebook. But now I've framed those pictures and I have a wall of Williams in the back of the store.
That's fantastic.
Do you like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's, I think, nine photos back there. Because the syndrome is so rare, as we all know. When we first opened, I only hoped that people would come and seek us out to say, oh my goodness, my granddaughter or my whatever was, our daughter, whoever was just recently diagnosed with this, and tell us what's going on, what can we expect? And I hope that would happen. And then the first couple times it did, it was pretty emotional for me because that was one of my goals and teaching, goal achieved. So to have those people reach out to us and for me to say, it's going to be okay. It's not the world we initially hoped for, but this world can even be better. The kids and the people who have Williams syndrome are absolutely amazing. And it's just really fun to create that awareness for people who do know about it and those people who don't know about it. So we have that wall for Williams. And then we also bag stuff Brinkley's story and a little, we have a printed out copy and it explains a brief description of what actually Williams is, or Williams syndrome is. So everybody knows about Williams syndrome by the time they leave the store.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm trying real hard to create awareness for Williams syndrome, for people who have special needs. We also have done 2 fashion shows for people with special needs, those organizations. And one of the fashion shows has a person with Williams syndrome in it as well. So those are both near and dear to my heart, that we are able to promote and participate in those organizations and help them out. And then they in turn raise money through those fashion shows. But to help them and to give joy to those people is such a thrill for us.
That's awesome. How often does Brinkley come into the boutique?
Well, not as often as we would like.
Of course, that's the answer that I knew we were going to get.
It pulls
That's the
at
grandma
grandma's,
answer.
that pulls at grandma's heartstring a lot. However, we do have another wall, a collage of 6 pictures. So we have a piece of Brinkley here at all times. And we've now created, because we've been in business the 9 years, we have another wall that says Watch Brinkley Grow. And I take all those pictures, one from the collage, we have 6 every year up. And then we take one of those out and I have Watch Brinkley Grow wall from age 5 until now 14. But to answer your question, they live in Lafayette, Indiana, and we're in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Oh,
so
that's
about
right.
a
Yep.
5.5 hour drive. So maybe once a year she gets up here, maybe,
Sure.
to actually be in the store.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that I mean, I love that the whole store. I mean, like even if you're just browsing in the store, you're gonna learn something, and it's really fantastic. I just love all of that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. So we have the bridge lighting. We have the Brinkley's Bingo. The proclamation. So could you just wondering, because you're just a total underachiever, and I'd like to see you doing more. Was wondering.
I'll work on that.
No. Yeah. Could you
Come on, step it up.
No.
I'll try.
As a grandparent, we had this question when the True Loves were with us. We had this question come in via Instagram, but we had someone ask, as a grandmother, how we want to support our granddaughter more. What can we be doing? Can you talk a little bit about the grandparent experience?
Short of them opening a store with their grandchild's name.
Short of
doing that.
Navigating that fine line between just wanting to do everything that you can, but also honoring, making sure that your kid and kid-in-law can become the parents who they are supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk a little?
And I will say that you're right. It is a fine line there. Because we're not living their world. We're not in their day-to-day with them, in addition to whatever else is going on in their lives. For Brinkley's family, she has a brother and a sister, and now they have taken on the foster world as well.
Wow.
So they had this is the third family that they have fostered. And the last family officially became Nelson's on December 16th. So they were adopted, and we now have 5 grandchildren.
Wow.
In Brinkley's family. So I always say Brinkley's like 10 kids in one with her syndrome, and then we have the biological 2, and now we have 2 foster boys who are legally ours or theirs, whatever. So there's a lot of stuff going on at Brinkley's house. So I will say a good example is Brinkley still can't figure out her left and right shoe yet, which I think is extremely common for them. And I look at it going, the child's 14. How do we not know how to get these shoes on the right feet? And it's like, Brinkley, doesn't that bug you? I mean, for you and I, that would just irritate us, and your foot wouldn't feel comfortable, and you naturally would just change them. But it doesn't for Brinkley. It doesn't bother her a bit. So it is what it is. And you have to look at and take on those challenges with small victories in between. And as we all know, Williams syndrome has such a broad spectrum of challenges within it. We have people who have gone to college, and we have, especially if they have multiple diagnoses, they may not academically get back past the 2nd grade. So the spectrum is so broad. And I just try to accept wherever they're at is wherever they're at, and accept what's going on within their family dynamic, and just always know that Brinkley's loved. She has a wealth of support there. And that's really what's important. If she can't get her shoes on the right way, does it really, really matter?
Yep.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
it's just not. Her, and like all Williams people, her sense of giving and compassion is so huge. If we all had that just a little more, that's really what's important, not the fact that she doesn't have her right shoe on the right foot.
Right.
She is one of the kindest people I will ever meet. And for her to be around her cousins, and so they understand what that's all about, is also really important within our family dynamics. So they understand we have to just be a little more tolerant of Brinkley, and share a little compassion for her and what she's going through as well.
Right. In a world that's not built for for people with any kind of disability, let alone Williams syndrome.
Correct. Because I would love every person to be able to invite them for a sleepover. What a quote unquote normal child just gets, can you just invite her to one birthday party?
Sure.
Is it that big of a deal for you to do that? She would remember it for the rest of her life, but normal kids don't think that way. And that's where I wish the compassion that she's able to give would be given to her in return.
Right. That's really on point.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. And I wonder, boy, the emotional toll of that, but also we talk about anxiety and everything else in our kids. I can't help but to wonder if that plays a little part of it. The output versus input of empathy and compassion for an individual with Williams syndrome, that scale is so out of balance.
Yeah.
That's gotta play a part in all of this. And the way you just phrased it there made me recognize, like, yeah, that's that imbalance is something that they have to deal with every day.
But she's also doesn't completely understand when she's left out, because
Right.
they're so compassionate. I went down, I think it was when she was a 5th grader. They had a 5th grade camp for the day. And, 5th grade girls are so lovely.
We were talking about
We'll
peaches
quote
being in
back.
season, and they're peaches.
Yep.
Yes. So I said to the teacher, well, we have some real sweet 5th grade girls, don't we? And she's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, but she's like, do you need some help here? And I'm like, no, this is Brinkley's day. I just want to be, I'm just here for Brink. Okay. Well, by the end of the day, I was like, all right, can't handle this anymore. And this little girl, we were canoeing. Okay. And I was a little freaked out because Grandma Barb hasn't canoed in a million years, but short of, I didn't want her in the water. I wanted her to still have a good time as I'm kind of freaking out. But anyway, this girl that was with us and kind of like rubbed me the wrong way throughout the whole day. And I'm like, there would be an opportunity. Brinkley can stay in the boat, but maybe we can do no, kidding. Yeah. So I started to say to this little girl, going, have you ever thought about, and then when we got off the canoe, we got out early because I just couldn't take it. And she made it clear she was not having fun. So we docked and got her out. And then she was pretty upset with us that the other kids were out on the water and she wasn't. So then the principal came over and chatted with me. And I basically just said, Brinkley doesn't expect you to be her best friend, but she does expect you to be nice to you. And I'm saying this to Brinkley as well later on. And I said, that little girl's a BRAT. And she's like, Grandma, you can't call her that. She's my friend. And I'm like, it's an eye-opening to me too, that this little girl was being kind of naughty to Brinkley. And yet Brinkley doesn't see it that way. She's still her best friend. And so you have to understand that Williams has really provided a shelter for their emotions, that even though they are excluded, they will never be excluded because it's built in to be kind.
Yeah.
Boy, that was kind of profound, wasn't it?
I think that there's this like unconditional, almost like love that they have very often, where you don't see the negative in people and see the differences in people and things. There's just this acceptance of everyone for who they are. That's pretty magical. And
So
of course, there's a big spectrum, but I think in general, that's what you see.
I pulled that little girl aside and we had a little heart to heart, and I said, I get you think I'm, the old grandma here, but I remember my 5th grade camp like it was yesterday. And what will you think if someday you, as a mommy, have a little girl like Brinkley? Do you want your daughter to be treated the way you're treating Brinkley? And, that's pretty profound too, or pretty deep to be telling a 5th grader. But like I said, I remember my 5th grade camp, and I hope someday when she does have children, she's raising her kids to be kind and look and treat everyone the same.
Yeah.
So I guess that's part of the whole grandparent thing. We don't get to see Brinkley every day and be a part of her life every day, but I can still do it to the people that I am seeing every day.
Yeah. I mean, it speaks to the importance of inclusivity, especially in the classroom. There's study upon study upon study that shows that inclusivity in the classroom, when you have kids with challenges, with disabilities, with developmental or intellectual or physical disabilities in the classroom, with their neuro and physical typical peers, all kids do better.
Yes.
And not only do their IQs improve, their EQs improve, their empathy and everything else is so much better. Real quick, Barb, just want to introduce you. You can see that we have some other guests joining us here in the house. They're joining us live. We have Jen and Hadley Sellers. So that's and that's Barb up there, and so we're on TikTok here on the phone here, but then we're on YouTube and Facebook up there. Oh, this is so TikTok is a new social platform, Jen.
I know. I'm from the 1900s, though, 97.
So yeah, and Barb is joining us from Brinkley's Boutique in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, where Brinkley's Boutique is named after her granddaughter.
I know her granddaughter.
Yeah, and so we've just been talking about all the awesomeness of the last month at Brinkley's Boutique. Barb, this everything that you're doing for your community, everything that you're doing for your daughter, and we've been lucky enough to have you on the podcast live last year for Weekend for Williams. The fact that you're willing to come out and join us. Is the shop open right now?
No, we don't open for another half an hour.
Okay. So
remember last year we had some customers that were a little challenging.
That was so much fun. Like, you're in the middle of talking about, like, you had some gems last year too, where you're like talking about inclusivity and talking about acceptance, and then it's like, and then when it's important that we accept you. Okay, okay, yes, I'll go see if we have that in your size.
Let me read that up for you.
It was so fantastic.
I learned from that. Focus on one thing at a time. Today you got me, not the store.
There was part of me that I really, I love that.
That was more fun for you than me. Okay.
Sure, I bet. It's the chaos nature of Weekend for Williams. It is all part of the ramshackle ragtag bunch of can-doers that we all are. we're stepping up and trying to make it happen. How old is Brinkley now? I can't remember.
She just graduated 8th grade, 14.
Oh, and Hadley, and you are how old?
13 and
13 and a half. So we have, yeah,
And I'm in 7th grade.
y'all,
I'm going into 7th grade.
between Brinkley and Hadley and Bennett and Stella and so many others, we have this group of kids that are right around so I mean, clearly 2011, 2012, very popular time for apparently parents who went on to have kids with Williams syndrome. But yeah, we have this core group of people that obviously my ears prick up anytime I hear anyone say they have like a 13, 14, 15-year-old, because that's that's my son's age. So so you all are stuck with me, unfortunately, and you know, Bennett's way cooler than I am though. So all right, well, Barb, thank you so much for your time, for your generosity, for your matching of funds this hour. We love you. We love that everything that you're doing, and are so grateful to you, grateful to everyone in Oshkosh. Please go shop at Brinkley's Boutique. You know, hey, you're gonna give, you're gonna feel good and look good doing it.
There you go. New marketing tag on there. All right.
That's right. We do all the things.
Yeah, you might want to workship it a little bit. I think I put some commas where there were no commas and other things in there. We just got out. I don't know if we mentioned this, because literally I can't remember more than about 5-6 minutes ago. I'm like a goldfish today. But we just came off of a week-long camp. Camp WSA happened this past week for teens and kids. That's why Sarah and I are here in the same place. We are in just outside Atlanta. Hadley was one of our campers actually too. So she's just coming off of camp. So we're going on very little rest and sleep. And so it's the best time to try to do a giant give-a-thon when words are not your friend. So,
that's okay.
But
now we know what the parents go through.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Barb, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, and have a wonderful rest of the year, and hopefully, please. Are there photos like of some of the awesome Williams syndrome stuff that you do in the store, like you're watching Brinkley grow, things like? Are those photos available, or could you send us some of those?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, we'd love to see them. We'd love to share them with the staff, share them with the community. That would be awesome if you'd be willing to do that. It would be really wonderful. I just love that people come into the store, and clearly that store is filled with all the love that you have for Brinkley. So, all right, have a wonderful rest of your day. Hope your sales are off the charts today, and we will talk to you really soon.
Sounds great. Love to all of you.
Thank you. Mwah. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So hi guys.
Yeah.
Hi.
TikTok.
You're on TikTok here. I'll make it easy so that you're like and subscribe. Smash
Down below. Go WSA.
Smash that like button.
And you're hired.
Yep. First of all, important stuff. Can I get you a water or coffee or anything to drink? We have snacks. You know what? This is high production. So if you need something, craft services over here. But yes, you will have to walk in front of the camera, but we have a whole bunch of stuff back here.
We got some camp families on here.
Yay!
Yes, I saw Gio's mom, Diane, is on here hanging with us.
And hey, Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan is here. Pim, you'll see Pim pop up here.
Seen him.
Pim's the best. We love her. She's been hanging out with us and doing all sorts of things. Sorry, I got to do a little production because I think this is one of our guests coming up texting me. Tayden got kicked out. Yes, Tayden, we're not. We're doing some. Well, we're not always going to just be able to take anybody, everybody that pops in on. So Tayden, if you want to, just keep trying or send us messages here, and we will try to get you on at some point.
See us here just on the couch with no guests, and Joel and I look like we need a nap or help. That's the best time to like pop in and try to say hi.
Totally.
How many hours are you doing this for? 24?
No, well, live we're only doing 14.
Okay.
The fundraising is all day. We've been going since
14
8 a.m.
hours coming off of camp.
Yeah, we're already almost 40 hours in. A lot
Yep.
of guests.
Wow.
It's huge help.
We're not
Wow.
smart. We're not wise people.
Listen, I just got a text from Genty asking if
Yes.
she could bring food.
Come on.
So I said,
Yes.
let's
Come on,
go. They're gonna
Genty.
come later. Amazing. So I'm thinking maybe Joel, there might be something to taking this show on the road for Weekend for Williams every year, finding a different location and.
Are you kidding? I'd be.
Twice if you need help.
Yes. But this is good fun today.
This is fun.
If we had a zoom in camera, we would zoom in on all of the mosquito bites on your left.
Correct. Yes, we.
There's no other food
I
that
told
you're-
I'm like,
yeah,
you should
it's the
probably
bug
wear
bite.
jeans
No,
today.
this is all part of it.
No, it's truth. It's all about truth.
Mosquitoes are they're maddening. Huh?
They were legit out there.
Yep.
You know what?
They
The
were.
good part, if there's a good part to rain, the mosquitoes do not come out in the rain. So we got a break from the bugs for a little bit,
Yeah.
didn't we?
But the moment the rain ends,
Out.
they're out. They're like boom.
No.
High 80s, 90s.
Oh,
So I think he might have lucked out.
I think it was
That's
okay.
nice.
It rained on and off. We only had one lightning storm, like during the day. So there
I
was
don't
only one
remember
time.
hearing thunder or something.
Well, then that's even better. We had no lightning this week. No.
Yeah.
It was like a light rain,
Yeah.
but you still got to do all the things. Do you
Yeah.
want to? This was your first year in our camp, right?
Yeah.
You want to tell us about it? What you thought?
It was so amazing.
Yeah.
I had so much fun hanging out with everyone and doing spirit time.
Spirit time.
Oh, talk about spirit time.
So
about it.
basically,
I think it was new this year,
It
right?
was new.
Yeah.
In the past, the WSA has done all of the programming during the day. So there's been a lot of therapy in the past, a lot of music activity. And this year, for lots of reasons, we had to change our week, we had to change our location. And that made it so some of the past camp staff couldn't join us. And we had a short window to plan our programming. And we know that at Camp Twin Lakes, they do all this great stuff. I didn't even know how great Spirit Time was. And so we said, okay, you guys do your thing, like do what you're great at. And boy, did they, huh? So tell us about Spirit Time.
So basically, spirit time is when after breakfast and dinner you would like clean your table up and then you would go into the middle and then they would play the songs and then there would be like 3 or 4 people in front of all the kids leading and then you would like do the dance moves.
So what
it's so
was
much fun.
your favorite song of all the Spirit Time songs?
Definitely Waka Waka from Shakira and
Yeah.
Rolling Down the River.
Oh, Rolling on the River, that was a good
Yeah.
one
Which
too.
one did you say that they played at the end? Lean on Me? Was
Oh,
that or is that separate?
Gosh.
Everybody, she said everybody was crying.
I
It
was
sad
crying
it was
too.
over.
So the first day you started learning some of those songs. So you did Waka Waka, you did like the whole both PB&J songs. You did what's the other one? PB&J, No Crust, yes. Super catchy.
Peanut butter jelly topping.
Peanut butter sometimes is like one of my faves that we did at camp.
Ice
And
cream cake and cake.
I know. So let me ask you this, and then we'll go back to Spirit Time. Do you think we should add Spirit Time to convention?
Yes.
Because I think we should add Spirit Time to convention. I think it would
Yeah.
be
So
amazing.
convention won't be as boring.
So well, let's talk about that one because convention needs to be fun.
Wow.
So we're gonna have some Spirit Time at convention, I think. So the first day we did all these like like high energy songs. And then they played This Is Me from The Greatest Showman.
They played it like throughout the week.
Oh gosh. So we started it the first day. Parents are watching. That's one of those songs that as soon as I hear it, I'm doing it now, I start to choke up a little bit. And watching all of you, toast. I looked at Joel from across the room, a mess. So I got it on video, but my video is shaking a little bit because I was sobbing back there because what a moment. Like you make changes when you need to. You go out and there was no way camp wasn't happening. So we made changes. It was a risk. We didn't know how it was going to go. And just that moment, just spirit time alone for me was like, okay, like this was a risk we needed to take because there were pieces of camp we weren't doing and it was amazing.
She told her, my brother called this morning to hear all about camp. And when he asked her about it, that was what she reported was her favorite time.
I love spirit time.
It was amazing. And then Lean on Me at the end. Yes. Circle, everybody was together. Forget it. It was a mess. So then we had to pop some Shakira at the end to make sure that we did not go out on all the tears. But it's hard to leave camp, huh?
Yeah, the night before the last day, people were like sobbing and like didn't want to leave and like.
That's how I feel when we leave the convention too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A special time in a special place.
Yeah, but for me, I was like, I'm not sad. It's okay to leave. Like, you'll come back next year.
Yeah,
we have the
right.
convention.
So
We have
A
the
lot to
camp.
look forward to.
Good.
Yep.
I'll see people even before it even starts. So
Yep.
What is that phrase like? Don't be sad that it's over. Be.
it's not like
that it
happened.
it's not like bye bye.
Not by
I won't
forever.
see you ever again.
Yes.
It's like
Suckers.
It's like
see you later.
it's like bye. I'll see you later.
Hopefully
Yes.
soon.
Hopefully soon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this your first sleepaway camp you've been to?
Mm-hmm.
Were you nervous?
No, not really.
Not really.
She started like driving there. She started to get a little quiet. I could tell she was starting to get a little, just not knowing what to expect.
You were a natural. Like you were, camp was perfect for you. You did fantastic.
Yeah, but I was very tired every day because the schedule was so long.
Girl. So tired. But that's how you know you're having a good time at camp because you're exhausted at the end of the day. And we're going to look at that as we talk about, how we can make changes to camp. Do we have a few like less activities? Do we have a different rest time? So we're going to take a look at all that. But I mean, when you're that wiped out at the end of the day, that's good times. And then nobody has time to be scared that they're away from home either because you just got to go to sleep.
Busy, tired.
I love all the comments.
Oh, you like reading?
Yeah.
Super fun. Super
The risk.
fun.
Brendan says the risk was worth the reward, and that's so true.
Hi, Jennifer. It's
Hi,
Samantha.
Samantha.
Hi, Samantha.
Samantha,
Sam.
one of my favorites from Camp Blue Sky.
Oh, it's Fancy Sam.
Real quick, I just want to point out we have like about 10 minutes left, and thanks to Barb Nelson from Brinkley's Boutique. This is, and I get to bust this out finally. We are in our first
Power Hour.
Power Hour.
Ooh, what's a power hour?
Power Hour is where, through the generosity of Barb, in this case Barb Nelson, they are matching the donations, all donations up to $2,500 today.
Ooh,
Or in this hour.
In this
So,
hour,
so please go. You can text weekend to 71777. That will take you to our donation page. You can go to weekend4williams.org or weekend for I'm spelling it out.
And .com. You
And
can
.com.
Away, they all work.
Chances are we're gonna get you.
That's right.
And you can donate. Please, your generosity is so wonderful. We are trying to. We're gonna see if we can get up to 100 paid.
We are gonna finish off May at
Yep.
$100,000.
Yep, that'd be nice. We're sitting. Should we do an update?
I
we have an
can see where we were at just a little bit ago. I'm gonna
Here,
move
Heather,
that
you
right
hold the
here.
microphone.
There you go. Let's see. You got to do a little math, but at the top of this hour, when I looked, we were at about $55,000.
Great.
So for saying
Wow.
it's early and we're really only going on this coast, and in the UK and in Canada. We're at about $55,000 now. Yeah. We got
Drum
lots of time
roll.
to go. I know we're gonna get there. I can feel it.
So people's wallets are still sleeping.
Yeah. Wake those up.
Yeah.
Wake those up and
Spend your money.
Yep.
and then we come poor and then give more money.
Yeah, it helps. It helps support programs like our WSA camp for little kids and awesome teenagers, and we also partner with organizations like Camp Blue Skies to for their camp for adults. Our convention next year is in Buffalo, Niagara Falls, which should be I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be silly fun. I know one of the things we talked about is it's going to be the throw a family over the falls every day.
That would be an interesting fundraiser.
Or not.
Or we may. I'm not saying all of these are going to happen. I'm just saying that it's one of those no ideas a bad idea. Yeah, what I'm saying is no ideas a bad idea.
We should not throw any families in Niagara Falls. That would be horrible.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna go ahead and not do that one. I'm tough but fair. I'm spitballing. I'm spitballing. We're gonna ride a buffalo. We're gonna let everyone ride a live buffalo around town. I think is an option. Is it not? I'm just saying. I'm throwing that idea out.
I like the around town part of
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Not just saying.
You're not just riding the bus.
Right down like the little path.
Yep.
Ride buffalo.
Yep.
We could have the buffalo wings eating contest or something like that.
Yeah, we talked earlier about
the home of wings.
just with Callie. Callie was talking about how she wants to make a crumble cookie.
Oh,
and
that
so
would be so cool.
In May.
Yeah.
WSA and crumble cookie.
Tim had the great idea that
Wow.
USA needs to have a theme cookie, and then I shared that one of my ideas is to have some sort of signature sauce since we're going to the home of buffalo wings. Have some sort of signature sauce that we can have. Was it Callie that said that it should be sweet or Tabitha?
Sweet and spicy.
There's some sort of sweet and spicy because that's
a pretty good description.
That's our
Maybe like a little bit of jalapeno in there.
That's right.
Sassy,
Right.
spicy.
jalapeno.
I don't like
We'd be doing like habaneros or maybe a scorpion pepper. I know a guy who likes peppers and grows peppers, so I'll get his input. He's also 14. He's 14 and is a pepper expert.
Connoisseur.
And connoisseur.
Yeah.
Okay. So we talked a little bit about Spirit Time.
Yep.
What about some of the other activities that you did out at camp? What were some of the things that you found to be super fun or super challenging? Or tell us a little bit about some of the fun activities you guys do.
I feel like one of my most favorite activities the whole week was doing horseback riding. I've been doing horseback riding almost my whole life, so it's really fun.
Yeah. Which horse did you get to ride?
Banjo or something?
Banjo.
Banjo.
Yep, Banjo. I like Banjo. Banjo's a good horse. So we had horseback riding. Did you try the rock wall?
Yeah.
You say that pause there.
Yeah, I tried it.
You put the harness on. You gave it a shot.
Started climbing.
That's
I
perfect.
started climbing. Before that, I did the zip line around, and I was scared.
But did you put the harness on?
I put the harness on. I climbed a little bit up, and then I came back down because I didn't want to do the zip line.
Yeah, winning. No, that's success.
You did it.
That's perfect. You put that harness on and gave it a shot.
Yeah.
That's what camp's all about. Stepping out of your comfort zone a little bit, trying scary things.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Did you go fishing? Did your
fish?
cabin go fishing?
Yeah.
Did
Catch
you catch a
anything?
fish?
Yeah.
You did?
They were telling the people to kiss it, and I was like,
You did not want to kiss.
That's what you do at camp.
That's what
Yep.
you do at camp if it's your first.
What if I get food poisoning? What if
poisoning?
The good thing is you're not just
Yeah.
giving a little smooch.
I will say some of the
I
boys,
did
in,
not kiss it.
some of the boys in my cabin
they kiss it?
had no problem just giving that fish. Giving that fish a little, I'm like, guys, you don't need to like open mouth. We're
No,
not.
just
This isn't
a little
France. You
pet.
don't need to open mouth kiss the fish.
And
Yeah,
ew,
boys.
that's where food poisoning comes in.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You don't even need to actually technically make contact. You can just kind of like look, pretend.
Photo op and we're good.
Yes. So we had fishing. We had
Archery. You were.
archery. Did you do archery?
I tried it. I wasn't good.
I'm not very good at archery.
You tried it though. I heard
That's
it was
great.
super fun, and they have lots of great like modifications that they can do depending on what your skills are to make it a little easier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so was there an activity at camp that you wish just did not exist that you'd never like to do again?
Yeah, we're putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
I love
the
that.
fact she's having to think about
That-
it.
that's perfect.
Yep. I will say my poor wife already knows that I now have a new hobby that I will be probably spending way too much money on, and that's archery. Because I had
bullseye.
I had a blast. And Grant, shout out to Grant, who was our senior counselor in our cabin. Grant has archery experience, and so he was showing us, and we had like a little friendly competition between one of our CITs and or one of our junior counselors and Grant and I.
That was a popular one at Camp Blue Skies.
Mm.
Archery goes hot and cold.
Yeah.
Sometimes we get, and then a couple of years ago when we were at camp, Bennett and I were the only ones who wanted to partake in archery. So we essentially got an hour-long archery.
Private lesson.
Yeah, private lesson. It's great.
Nice.
So you did not like the dancing.
I did love it.
You liked
terrible.
the dancing.
I loved it.
You did not want to do anything in the talent show, and you hated that.
Well, I wanted to.
Did you do the talent show?
No, I was scared.
You were scared.
Cause
I thought you were up there with.
Did your cabin go up?
Yeah, but weren't you up there?
I know the other cabin.
Oh, the other cabin. I was running around with wigs and stuff on.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I was talking to you about that, and you were like, "No, that was someone else."
Yeah, I should say I hosted, and then there was a bunch of other dudes.
But
who
that
kept
was
copying my clothing.
no, but that was you the whole entire time. It was you the whole time. I could hear you talking.
I would never do some of those things.
But it was you the whole time. You're like, blah blah blah. Rah, 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 rah. It was you the whole time, Joel. It was you.
This is Hadley's camp brain. She needs rest.
She's very tired.
She's very tired.
Yawning.
She's imagining that there were people there hosting. No.
It was really.
You're imagining.
I knew it was you.
Yeah.
You can't pull anything
Really?
back Hadley.
Yeah.
There's only one of him. Like we can't have more than one of that.
Woo. And then so what sort of things? Let's talk about. So we know we're gonna incorporate spirit time.
Yeah.
What other things from camp can we also bring to
Convention.
to convention
To make it less
to make
boring.
less
To her. Okay, she was 12 last year, which is the oldest you can
Yep.
be, and
Oh.
I think she would have
know
been
what?
better served being with the team.
Hadley, that's boring.
So I think that
I
was
get
why
it.
she said
It's all good. I
Yes,
guess.
and the next convention.
Oh,
we're gonna
she'll
have
be
to-
in the team, so she'll
you
have
have
a
a very different experience because
whole
you're
different
with the team.
Oh yeah. Wait.
The convention when I was like 12 or 11 was
Super boring.
terrible.
I
The
understand.
the food was disgusting.
Yes,
Wow.
it was just so hot
Sure.
as well, and so
That was
Was
a
it?
challenging one for sure.
Yeah, Phoenix was.
Next year will be
next
totally
year
different.
will be a different experience. She had so much fun there.
It's
There are
okay.
pizzas that
But I get it.
wished were better.
I totally
Like,
understand.
she's not a fan of the Crustables, and that's what she had to eat. And so she was
Oh.
feeling very passionate
You
about
like
that.
crust on your PB and J?
Yeah. So
I don't
Or
like
that you
PB and
say-
J. She doesn't
Oh,
like
doesn't
PB and
like
J.
PB
You
and
just
J.
like you like the song, just not partaking.
Yes.
In the
Yeah. So there were those pieces that she got
Yes,
stuck on.
for sure.
But
I can
overall,
understand
she
that.
got to ride in a driverless vehicle. Yeah.
Oh, you did that?
Wow, well,
Yeah.
that's right. I already.
Yeah.
So we'll have we're gonna have spirit time for the kids and the teens out there. We're gonna have separate spirit time for the adults, where we just do songs from like the 80s and 90s.
I love that.
Ooh,
Different
fun.
time. Yeah.
We dance. Oh, hey, way to go, Bethany.
Oh, Bethany, I love that.
Bethany,
Hi, Bethany.
Yep, who is what's Bethany's title now? I always forget. She director of events.
Like special events, I
events.
think. So
But Bethany's back. She just asked 5 of her friends to donate, and for them to ask 5 of their friends to donate too.
that is how
That's
it's done.
That will help us fill the heart.
It's Twizzlers.
My Twizzlers.
If you heard a noise,
But we'll fix it.
Twizzler.
Breakfast the champions, y'all.
Sugar and coffee.
Yeah, sugar and coffee. And hey, there's
Hey,
Christina.
Christina.
Yay!
Hi, Christina.
Lots
Hi,
of camp in the
Taylor.
house.
Hi, Jason. So let's see while I talk with my mouth full.
So Jen,
Yes.
tell me how you discovered the WSA, because you've been involved for a long time. How did that connection happen? Do you remember? Was it
Okay, let me think back. So Hadley is 13, almost a half and a half.
it's very
Aren't-
important?
You aren't a
Yeah.
half yet.
No.
We got her diagnosis at 2 weeks old.
Okay.
It was kind of traumatic how we got the diagnosis. She was still in the NICU, and the geneticist just handed us a folder, printed out papers from the WSA, which that was helpful, but just basically handed us
Yeah.
papers from the internet.
Mhm.
But the WSA, that's where the papers were from, so that was helpful.
Yes,
So that's where
excellent.
I actually did hear about it
Okay,
through the geneticist.
that's great.
And then we just reached out, got plugged in, got connected with the regional coordinator,
Yeah.
spoke with them. Callie, who was on here earlier, her mom worked for a different Georgia, I think, parent to parent.
Yeah.
And so they got me in touch with Tabitha very early on. And the rest is history.
I have another follow-up question about
Yes.
you're bringing up parent to parent. There are parent to parent organizations that are part of Family Voices USA. There is in every state there is some sort of affiliate.
Yes.
They're not always called parent to parent, or they're not
Right.
always called Family Voices. It's actually where I was working when Sarah and Dr. Mary plucked me out of obscurity and threw me into this. But Family Voices USA, federally funded, I think, hopefully still. But they that's the goal. That's the job is if you're a parent and you're like, I just got this diagnosis, I don't know what to do. They'll help you. Hopefully, they'll help you find a trained volunteer parent that's further along on the journey and can help you with some of those questions that you have, especially those initial scary questions. Because when you get a diagnosis, it's kind of a grieving process that you have to go through, because you have to. It's a complete mind shift. You have to okay, the child or the parenting experience, I should say, that I thought I was going to have, I'm no longer going to have that parenting experience. It's going to look very different from what my friends and my peers are going through. It's going to be different probably than what your parents went. So that's one of the great. So there are organizations like that. The ARC is always a great resource. So while we at the Williams Syndrome, we do a lot. And we can do even more if you go to weekend, text weekend to 717.
71772.
That's right.
But there are other organizations that help all sorts of developmental and intellectual disabilities and help with resources and funding and grants. And and accommodations and sometimes legal help if that is what is needed. So yeah, I mean, Williams syndrome is great, and obviously Williams syndrome is incredibly unique in some of the challenges that our loved ones have. But look at those other organizations too. They're great. Back to Jen real quick. You have one of my favorite stories.
Oh yeah.
On your
That's a good one.
connection with Williams syndrome.
Yeah.
Can you
That's one of my favorite stories
Yeah.
too.
So can you share a little bit about
Yeah.
your friend?
Oh, thanks. Yes. So I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. I went to high school at Solon High School, and there was a boy who was a couple years older than me named Mike. And at the time, Mike did not have a Williams syndrome diagnosis. I don't even know what his diagnosis at that point was. It was kind of general. Right. Yes. And he was the mayor of the town. Everybody knew him. He was the football manager, and he was just super well known across in the high school, but then across the whole community. And everybody just adored him and loved him. And I didn't think really much about it, like his diagnosis or anything like that. Anyways, his sister Robin was a year younger than me in high school. And then he had an older brother, Jay, who's a couple years older than Mike. Anyways, knew the family, great family. Then I moved to Atlanta, and we had Hadley. And I was, like I said, the way that we received the news was very traumatizing. But through talking with people in back home, my parents still lived in Cleveland, Ohio, where I grew up. And we were, yes.
I'd like to quick say, some years had passed.
Oh, yes.
You
yes,
didn't,
yes.
like,
No.
You weren't still in high school.
No, I was in my 30s. Yes. No. Hadley's also our middle child. So she's got an older sister. Anyways, yes, no, many years have passed.
Just a couple.
But many. When I knew Mike, I knew him in the 1900s.
That's right.
And then this is in the 2000s.
Oh, yeah.
Hadley was born in 2012. Okay, so then we get her diagnosis. We're talking to my parents back in Cleveland, and they're talking amongst people in the community. And someone says to my parents, I think that's what Mike has. And so I did a little sleuthing and found his sister, who I had lost touch with via social media, and said, this is so random, but by any chance, does your brother have Williams syndrome? What? Yes, do you see yourself? Like and subscribe.
Yeah, but one of the people say that you look.
Oh yes, hi Pim. You've heard. Yes, I did a podcast on this, Pim. Yes. Okay, so then it is true. Mike was misdiagnosed, or just didn't get the official diagnosis till he was in his early 20s. And what is even cooler about this story is at this point we're living in Atlanta. I knew Mike from Cleveland, Ohio. We find out that Mike lives in Atlanta now with his brother and his parents. They had just moved down maybe 6 months before Hadley's diagnosis. And if you know anything about Atlanta, hi Grayson.
Hi, Grayson.
If you know anything about Atlanta, you can say you're from Atlanta, but still be like 2+ hours away from each other. But Mike's parents live literally 15 minutes away from us. And so it's been super fun to keep that friendship. We celebrated Mike's 40th birthday years ago. He's actually inching closer to 50 now. So we'll look forward to that celebration, but super fun. He works close by to where my mom and brother live, so they get to stop in and see him at work. So it's just kind of a cool story. And I remember when we did find out Hadley's diagnosis and knew that that's what Mike had, I remember that was very comforting to me, knowing that if the whole community embraces Hadley the way our community embraced Mike, this was going to be easy peasy. So
And it has been easy
peasy.
No,
None.
Hadley never does anything wrong.
No, she's a perfect angel.
Not really.
Yeah, you ratted yourself out. Yeah, so that's
yeah. I love that story. Shout out to Mike.
Yeah, hi Mike.
Hi, Mike.
I have to see this. We love you.
And so yeah, no, Mike's been able to be a part of Hadley's
Yes.
life. This
When we have the walks, we always walk together, and that's really sweet and special. Yeah, he's a great guy. And again, just knowing someone who
And we would also
was very
see each
hopeful.
person's story, and then I would see
Mike's.
and
Yeah.
then our story.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, super fun.
I miss doing the walk. They should do it again.
Yeah, we're talking about it. Hopefully in the fall or next spring for sure.
Yeah, they should definitely do it again.
Bring it back.
So Hads, is it like, so you from a very early age have been, you've had like a close family friend who has the same disability that you have.
Mhm.
How, like, has that been in any way helpful, where you get to see like someone older and go, okay, well, Mike can do that, and when Mike does that, I'll be able to do that. Is that anything that like you think about at all, or is it just like, he's Mike?
You just think he's Mike, don't
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
That's great. That's also that's pretty perfect too.
I told Sarah this the other day on our Zoom call for the teen parents, but one of my favorite features about the camp, and this was our first time attending.
Yeah.
Hardly attended. I just was close enough where I would go and visit. I visited one time.
And I would always
You
call.
would find Jen on the outskirts of camp, like
Yeah,
on
yeah.
fences,
I was like breaking in. No. I was like, no, she needs to have her time because I need to have my time. But some of the counselors, I didn't know, so I didn't expect to have counselors there with Williams syndrome that were older.
Yeah.
And some of them were the the campers that I know from when I volunteer at Camp Blue Skies. And I'm gonna shout out Eva, was one of Hadley's counselors, and she was my camper at the adult camp. And I asked her which camp she preferred, thinking she would have for sure said Camp Blue Skies when she's with her peers and, her friends. And she said this week, because she could mentor and pour into these young girls. And to me, that was like, wow, just really impressive and awesome.
Yep.
So I think you definitely need that piece of the camp puzzle is a really special piece.
I think that's I mean, it's things like that. It's when we get the volunteers, because some of the adults with Williams syndrome, especially those that have been to convention, all of their lives. Now, look, convention we do cover a lot of the same subjects, but we're learning so much more about Williams syndrome. That's why the convention still happens every 2 years, is because the doctors and the researchers and the specialists, our education people like Dr. Robin Pegg and Michelle Supp, they're learning so much about Williams syndrome that we're able to give the latest information, and some of those are pretty seismic shifts just in 2 years. Some of the adults who have been participating, some of them are like, yeah, the programming's cool, but I also want to give back, and so we get the adults volunteering at the convention. But yeah, that's one of the great things that I know that has always been important. Having the adults be that model, and it's part of one of the reasons why doing the teen and kid camp at the same time can be really successful, because the teens can model, hopefully in a good way, for the little kids. And Pim brought it up earlier, like about an hour ago or so, about on our board. It's part of our is it our charter? Bylaws. That's the word I was looking for. It's part of our bylaws that we have to have at least 2 adults with Williams syndrome on our board. Yeah, it's like Hadley could be a board member. It's like some of the people that are at these camps, who volunteer for these camps, they're learning so much more about responsibility and how to
help and learning what they need to be successful helpers. So it's like, I hope that, I hope that Eva, I hope that Hope or somebody like that will serve on the board at some point, because they have great ideas, great things to say.
Your voices matter. This is why we do what we do, is to support you guys and your amazing parents too. So we want to hear from what you all have to say. It's such an important thing, and we've been talking constantly about ways to, more closely integrate individuals with Williams syndrome into everything we do. So we know that, at convention we've had to ask, can I introduce sessions? Can I help host the session? Can we have sessions where we can ask the doctors questions about our own health? Can I help answer the phones at the WSA? So we're really looking at different ways that we can really bring more individuals with Williams syndrome into what we do every single day, as a part of making it all happen. Not just providing the support. So that's important.
And shout out, give more love to our good friend Brendan. One of my besties. Brendan is on the board of trustees, and he is the first person with Williams syndrome to serve on the executive committee.
He is our secretary.
He is the secretary. And thank you to technology, because that is one of the ways we are able to, make things accessible. Brendan uses technology to help take notes for the meetings, to help organize things. And there, I was telling earlier, when we were talking about the board, how we have the like the mentee or the board mentor program. So each board member with Williams syndrome gets paired up with another board member, so that board member knows to check in. The neurotypical board member can check in with our Williams syndrome board member and say, are you getting everything that you need? Are you following the things? Are you able to share what you're wanting to, what you're wanting to bring? Do you feel like your voice is being heard? So yeah, it's one of the awesome things that I love about our organization. It's what I've always loved. It's one of the reasons why I was so excited to start working here.
Well, and here's another thing we all have in common. Another incredible thing about this organization is all the volunteers. The three of us all started out as volunteers. We found such a support in this community. I'm going to speak on all of our behalves, that we felt that pull to do the same for other parents. You said that was such a huge connection point for you at the beginning. I know for me, I felt 100% alone until I went to the first local picnic. And it was, local picnics can be easy. This was at a public park, but somebody knew a singing cowboy, and so he came out on his horse and everything. It was the first time we met another family, and that was the first time I had ever heard words like, oh, you don't have respite services, you don't have HAB, do you know about speech? Because in Arizona the services are pretty good, but they sure don't tell you about them. And so for me, that was a game changer.
This was a singing horse. That's
a singing cowboy. Sorry.
Cowboy.
Let me
bring the singing horse to Buffalo.
Yes,
we can ride it through town.
Gosh.
Very that there was a singing horse. Not only was it a singing horse, but it was a singing horse that knew about Williams syndrome.
Okay. Yep.
That knew about disability services.
Oh my gosh.
That is a horse. I mean,
I thought Mr. Ed was good.
Yeah,
I mean, this one sings. Yeah, this is camp. So, but yes, singing cowboy on a horse, because that works way better. But that was a game changer for me. And then when that, we're going to talk about the regional volunteers in a second. When that volunteer left, and I saw they were looking for somebody, I reached out to the organization and said, okay, let me help. And that's, working full time and having kids and all those things, but that stuff is super important. And then for me, that shifted into hosting walks and softball tournaments and concerts, and then being on the board. And now look at, I'm sitting here talking about singing horses on on the internet that will never go away. There'll be a video of it, would be my guess at some point in time. You joined the team as a result of it. So we are nothing. We cannot exist without parents
Right.
like you all that want to be part of this. And that's a game changer.
What if people made a meme about a singing horse?
I think it's gonna happen.
happen.
I'm really afraid.
I think we could use that horse with that big smile that was from Camp.
Oh,
like that.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. I
Put
Um,
words to it. Move his
And
lips.
look, I mean, yes, the singing horse is great, but I have a feeling, and I'm just throwing this out there to our wonderful friends in Buffalo. If there's a singing buffalo.
Make it happen.
So look, if there's a singing buffalo, that's great, but start teaching the buffalo about advocacy right now. That'd be great, so that it can talk to parents and sing to parents about some of the services that are available.
And with ChatGPT, it would be very easy to come up with a song about all the things you just mentioned.
There you go.
Yeah.
Ooh, people should make a song about kids who have Williams syndrome.
Yeah, easy.
And it could be popular.
Yeah.
And
It go viral.
It's
viral video of a singing buffalo.
And then we
singing
do
about
that as like spirit time at convention, and we
Mhm.
make a video of it. We could do it as a flash mob. There's all kinds of things happening.
Flash mob would be really fun at
Oh,
convention.
they-
Wouldn't it?
Would it? Would it?
Yeah, I've been in them before. I could help organize that. I'm just offering my services.
Flash bombs, flash bombs. I don't know. There's something about flash bombs that I'm just like, sure. I just want to eat my.
Guess what?
My
You
porridge.
don't have to play then.
I don't.
There you
I'm-
go.
You know me. If I'm asked, I will step up and I'll do it. I'm just saying. Flash bomb.
It's like the third time I've heard one mentioned this week. So
Oh, I
there
think that
must be
means that
something
I think
to it.
there's something.
Well, we mentioned it because again, we shouted out Grant, who was the
You
senior
mentioned
counselor
it
at
because it's
Cabot.
an awesome idea.
I know.
Yeah.
It-
It is
Yeah.
But
It's
Grant,
awesome.
Grant wrote a song for one of the other counselors because we always give each other these little awards, and Grant made us all look bad by writing a song for one of the other camp counselors and sending it to her in a QR code so that she has it forever.
Wow.
And we're like,
Over.
how are you going to
Amazing.
possibly top this if you when you come back next year? And he's like, I don't know, flash mob. And we're like, great. Cool.
Listen,
Thanks.
if Grant said we should do it, there's
And
something
Grant, you know,
to
the thing
it.
is, Grant will be at convention, so Grant and Jen will be in charge.
Form a
So-
committee.
So if
So if you want to do a flash mob, reach out and
Flash mob committee.
and if I ever see Grant and Jen like chatting to each other, I am going to
You're
run
gonna
the
know
other way.
something.
Because I know Flash Mob's coming. Taden, can I get a shout out? Of course, Taden, you can get a shout out. Happy to see you, buddy. We'll have you. We'll see you later. Obviously, if you want to come on out, or come join us in one of our. We have a couple spots left in our schedule where it's just going to be Sarah and I trying to figure out what we're going to talk about.
We're so sorry.
Did you schedule a nap in for today?
Oh no, ma'am.
No. But Megan is watching.
Mackenzie, hey.
Holly.
Good morning. Welcome to Good Morning, Atlanta.
Good
Atlanta.
morning to all the people who have Williams syndrome.
We're almost into PM. We're almost through the AM hours. Oh.
Yay.
Yesterday when we were packing up camp, it was about 1 in the afternoon, and I said, hey, tomorrow at this time we'll be 5 hours into the show. And then we realized that still have 9 hours to go.
So you'll be up all night.
Well,
Very late.
No,
not all night.
We're going till 10.
10 o'clock.
Almost the opposite. I think once 10 o'clock hits, Sarah and I are gonna be like, okay, I'm never talking again.
It's nice to see you. It's time for sleep.
I'm going to go crash in the middle.
You have a flight tomorrow morning?
I have a flight tomorrow morning. I get to I go home. I get to go home, and pretty much as soon as I get home, I turn around and I get to go celebrate Mariella Elm graduating from high
Oh,
school.
that's exciting. Congratulations.
See Maria.
Ooh, I like that idea. A country song about Williams syndrome.
Yeah.
Do they do that in do they do that in Nashville?
So the HBR Lifting Lives Camp, that's one of the other, that's another opportunity that adults have. ICM Lifting Lives is a camp in Nashville. It is like a week long. It combines songwriting and they work with some very famous and pretty amazing country artists. And they usually, I don't know if they write the song from scratch.
They do.
Yeah, they write
Yep.
the song from scratch, and then at the end of the week they perform it at the Grand Ole Opry on stage at one of the most hallowed stages in music. And but also while that is going on, some researchers from Vanderbilt University are conducting some. When I say conducting experience, it makes it experiments. It makes it sound malevolent.
Just research.
They're just doing some research on how music affects the brain and how how Williams syndrome brains function differently and how they see the world a little bit differently. I shouldn't say see the world, how they process the world a little bit differently than those of us without Williams syndrome. And it's fascinating. It's a really cool camp. So while they've written many songs, I'm not sure they've written one specifically about Williams syndrome. And so maybe that's something that we so Tayden, yeah, we'll go, and maybe Tayden, if ever you get the opportunity, I know that's probably a very busy time at the farm when usually the Lifting Lives camp is going on. But maybe someday there'll be a chance for you to get out there and you can say, y'all, we need to do this. Songwriting, workshop, testing, line dancing, printmaking. Thank you, Brendan.
Thanks, Brendan.
Line dancing. Actually, I like it. I want this. This is in no way a slight on you, Brendan, because I know you're just popping these things in here to help us. But the punctuation, it's songwriting, workshop, testing, line dancing.
Right?
Printmaking. And so I like the idea of songwriting, workshop, testing as one continuous activity. I've been spilling coffee.
Sounds exhausting.
I'm spilling coffee. This is what I get for trying to be a smart aleck. Sorry,
That's
Brendan.
right. That's karma. For
It's
sharing
karma.
that.
Yep.
We took care of it for you, Brendan.
Yep.
All good.
Hey, so if you want to see me spill more coffee on myself, text weekend to 71777. Someone donates a lot, I'll just pour this all over.
We could get him to do just about anything for donations, really. So.
Yep. I was shaking my booty earlier.
Yep. Opening video playing.
Oh.
You were shaking it.
All right. So hey, why don't we? Speaking of videos, and Nashville. Let's maybe we take a moment here, and we are going to. I'm trying to do this again. You're going to see Old Man Joel squinting, trying to find his stuff on his computer. Great. Here he goes. Should be the first one up here. Do that. And then we're gonna see. We're gonna take a look at this lovely video.
Still on TikTok too?
Yeah.
No.
We're gonna do this. This is a video sent to us by our awesome, pretty brand new Vice President of Philanthropy and Communications, John Kent, who many of you may have known, Many of you may know from, he's the guy with the awesome beard walking around convention, taking photos and video.
Oh, cool.
He's really spectacular. He had this secret gift that somehow he was keeping from us about the fact that he's an amazing development director and fundraiser. Yeah, so we're gonna. This was agreed. He had to go to Paris.
Yeah, of all the nerve.
So he sent us this message.
Hi, this is John Kent. I really wish I could be celebrating Weekend for Williams with you today, but I wanted to send you a personal message. That's a much younger me back in 2005 taking photographs at a Williams Syndrome music camp at Vanderbilt. That was the very day I met my first group of people with Williams Syndrome, and they made me feel part of a second family. And now, 5 WSA national conventions, several documentary films, and lots of WSA partnership projects later, I'm proud to say that I'm a full-time staff member. I'm now closer to my Williams Syndrome family than I've ever been before. A big part of my job is to help raise money for the WSA, and more important, to make sure that people like you who give to us feel truly appreciated. You know, when you give to the WSA, it's like adding fuel to a rocket. Your generosity powers everything we do. It supports quality of life research, sustains vital support groups, and makes life-changing national conventions possible. Every dollar helps us reach more families, educate more professionals, and open the hearts and minds of those who may not yet know about Williams Syndrome. So, from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of all of us at the WSA, thank you for lifting us up. We couldn't do it without you. I'll see you for real at the next Weekend for Williams.
That's cool.
Was that's my first time seeing it too. That was that was awesome. Thank you, John Kent. Yeah.
Right?
The crowd goes wild.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. So we have our wonderful next guest is in the waiting room. We're gonna bring her on.
Yeah.
But before you just kind of want to please hang out. You can hang out for as long as you want. You can hang out here. I know it's a Saturday.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah, let's smack.
Sorry, I'm coming down below. Go WSA! Yeah.
There you go.
But just thank you both
Thank
so much
you
for coming and joining us.
Yeah.
Please go help yourself to craft service. There's many snacks over there, and there's stuff there's water and.
No, we're good. Thank
No,
you for having
great.
us. It's great to see you guys.
I know, multiple times in
No,
one
I
week.
love it.
It's so exciting.
All right, so up next we'd like to welcome Miss Elizabeth Barnhart.
Walk them out.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm gonna make a cup of coffee because I can feel myself fading.
Yep, I'm on cup 2. Thank you.
Hi,
Elizabeth.
good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. We are just saying goodbye to our guests. Bye, Jen. Bye, Hads. We are just meeting with Jen Sellers and Hadley Sellers, who Hadley just finished at our camp, WSA camp that we just wrapped up yesterday. And then Sarah and I so wisely decided to do a giant give-a-thon for all day. So happy. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Of course. So we have this unique opportunity where we have a lot of people joining us. We have a lot of people who are familiar with the WSA and what we do, but obviously we also have a lot of people who don't have much experience with us. I'm just realizing the lovely people on TikTok have no idea that they're looking at a blank room right now. I'm gonna turn this a little bit. But they so if you wouldn't mind maybe just giving a little introduction to on who you are, what your connection to Williams syndrome is, and all the wonderful, amazing work that you and your colleagues are doing at Nationwide.
Yeah, totally. So my name is Elizabeth Barnhart. I'm a developmental and behavioral pediatrician at Nationwide Children's Hospital. I'm one of the co-directors of our Williams Syndrome team clinic we have at Nationwide that is honestly doing a lot of really cool and exciting stuff. Where at the standpoint, we're really expanding our team. Historically, our clinic was kind of housed within developmental and behavioral pediatrics with our psychologist, Dr. Rebecca Lyron, and I. And now we're pulling in our cardiologist, Dr. Jessica Bowman, who's worked with us for a long time. And Dr. Beth Kozel came and joined us last year. And so we're really doing a lot of big things to build up our program and make things easier for our patients and families. So we're excited about that. We're also doing a lot of really cool research kind of on the developmental and behavioral pediatrics side. We have a couple of different projects that we're working on to try and look at the different developmental assessments that are most applicable to be used in children with Williams syndrome, to be able to try and give parents and families better guidance about what to expect, so that when you come see us, we can really say, like, you know, this is how your child is doing, not just in comparison to themselves or other typical children, but in comparison to a child with Williams syndrome, how your child is doing. So we're really excited about that project. Something I do a lot clinically is like evaluation and the medication management for things like ADHD, anxiety. Dr. Lyron and I also are doing a lot of work surrounding autism assessments. And so we have another project where we're really trying to look at kind of describing more so what's happening in Williams syndrome with some of those different things, and trying to identify, you know, what medications for things like ADHD, anxiety seem to work best for children and adults really with Williams syndrome. So we think that's going to be really cool. Dr. Lyron and I both love everything that we get to do with the Williams Syndrome Association. You know, not just stuff like coming to you know, the conventions every 2 years, and you know, participating in local events when we can. But we also love helping to co-facilitate with Dr. Bonnie Klein-Tasman, the dual diagnosis parent support group through the WSA. So those of you that may be less familiar with that term, dual diagnosis refers to children or adults who may have both Williams syndrome and autism. And it's, you know, it's a really enjoyable group to work with, because it aligns with everything I see and do clinically. Although during the group, I'm not providing clinical guidance or support. I'm just purely there to facilitate conversation. But you know, a lot of families that have a child with both Williams syndrome and autism, you know, come to us and talk about how, you know, their child's challenges and their child's strengths feel really different from a child with Williams syndrome without autism. And so I think it's a really nice place to bring those families together and connect, and you know, really brainstorm together ways that they can support each other, but also support their child in their local communities. So we really enjoy getting to do that. We are heading up next weekend. We're having our Walk for Williams in Cleveland. So we're really excited to head up there and have a little booth and get to mix and mingle and hang out with people. So it's just really great. You know, backstory on me is I came to Nationwide Children's Hospital from South Carolina originally back in 2016. And at that time, Dr. Jennifer Walton, who's still involved with the Williams Syndrome Association, was our developmental and behavioral pediatrician that was kind of leading our Williams Syndrome clinic at the time. And I just, she's been one of my big mentors and still is. And I got to work with her on several collaborative projects as a fellow and resident at Nationwide Children's, and got to spend a lot of time working with the Williams Syndrome population then, and just fell in love with it. And I was really sad back in 2023 when she left and went to Miami for bigger, better things, but I was really excited to get to you know, work in this clinic full time and help kind of build up our program. So that's a lot of rambling about me. I'll stop.
No, it's so fantastic. And you mentioned the support group that you, Dr. Lyron, and Dr. Kozel, not Kozel, Bonnie Klein-Tasman, Dr. Klein-Tasman, that you guys facilitate that group. Can you talk? I mean, because I know for some people, you know, you say Williams syndrome and autism, and you know, some of the common characteristics of Williams syndrome and some of the common characteristics of autism seem like they're diametrically opposed almost. Can you talk a little bit about that intersection?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joel. There can be a lot of intersection just in autism, as well as the core symptoms in behavioral profile we see affiliated with Williams syndrome. So it can make it really tricky. I think, you know, the other thing I hear a lot from families too is that thinking about how to support their child with Williams syndrome who also has autism is really hard, and it also can be just emotionally taxing, I think, for parents, because, you know, a lot of people out just like in the community, schools, even medical systems, what they know about Williams syndrome is usually this phenotype of children being incredibly friendly, incredibly happy. And so if their child is not having that like stereotypical like phenotype, they kind of feel like they did something wrong, or like just don't know what direction to go. You know, I have some patients that have kind of said to me like, Dr. Barnhart, I don't know where my home is and where I can get support, because I don't feel like my child fits in with the typical, Williams syndrome families and groups, but they also don't like totally fit in with that like autism group and, support system as well. And so that's why I'm really glad that things like the dual diagnosis support system, or dual diagnosis support group exist, is to kind of bring people together, so they don't feel like they're alone, or that there's something wrong with their child, or they did something to not have this child with the like textbook definition of Williams syndrome, which honestly I'll say, like, what does that even mean? Because I feel like every child is so different anyways in their strengths.
Right. Yeah, we always say if you've met one person with Williams syndrome, you've met one person with Williams syndrome.
Yeah, it's so true. And then we say that too, kind of, I do a lot of clinical care too for children with autism, and we say the same thing kind of on there too, because again, every child is so unique in their strengths and weaknesses, and I feel like that's something we really try and take into account in our clinic and program, is really, not just saying, here's what's wrong with your child, here's what's wrong, regardless of your diagnosis, but really trying to identify that individual strengths and weaknesses. But yeah, to get into your, question about the overlap, it can be really tricky. So, just to describe, what is autism in the first place, and then that'll kind of help describe the overlap, I think, a little bit better. There's two big buckets of symptoms we think about when considering an autism diagnosis. One is deficits in social communication and interactions. The other big bucket is challenges with like repetitive behaviors, or motor mannerisms, also things like restricted interests, also like behavioral rigidity, difficulties with transitions, and then also within that category are sensory challenges. And so you've got these two big buckets, and you have to have symptoms from each of those. And where I think it's trickiest with children with Williams syndrome is in that second big bucket of restricted patterns of interest, repetitive behaviors, difficulties with play, and sensory challenges, because a lot of those things can be things we see in children with Williams syndrome without autism. That bucket of symptoms are also quite common in children that just have developmental delays of other etiologies and for other reasons that aren't Williams syndrome. So for example, it's not uncommon for our children with Williams syndrome, and adults too, to have a lot of picky eating, textural aversions, and sensory difficulties in general. So I if you're asking yourself, does my child have autism, and they're really only having that big sensory piece, I would say maybe be less concerned. It's also not uncommon for children who are maybe delayed a little bit in their language or their cognitive abilities to have some more of that behavioral rigidity or difficulties with transitions, and just kind of wanting things the way they want them. And I think, also I'll say now as a parent of a 3-year-old, I feel like all like little kids are like that a little bit too. So, it's, but it's more about like when we're doing an evaluation and interviewing, we're kind of more having to look at like the frequency and severity of those behaviors, not just are they present. And then things like those repetitive behaviors can also, again, be really common in children just that have developmental delays. So things like hand flapping, or walking on their toes, or having kind of unusual hand movements can also be really common. Toe walking is also one that I feel like in Williams syndrome, I can't, take or be too concerned about as being for autism in the absence of other symptoms, because some children with Williams syndrome may toe walk due to tightness in their ankles and in the backs of their legs too. So you kind of have to, if you're considering an evaluation for autism in a child with Williams syndrome, you really have to be familiar with like the medical things that can accompany Williams syndrome too, I think. And then, getting into those like unusual interests and atypical play skills, it's not uncommon for children with Williams syndrome to have, even in the context of their developmental abilities, like delayed play skills. And so again, we kind of have to dig in a little bit deeper when thinking about autism. What we tend to hone in on a little bit more are those deficits in social communication and interaction. And even then, it's something that feels a little bit different than a child with Williams syndrome and without autism. So, a lot of children with autism and Williams syndrome may still like approach other people because they still have generally that social motivation of wanting to engage, just it may look a little bit different. So, instead of that person with Williams syndrome approaching you, wanting to have a lot of back and forth conversation, that person that has Williams syndrome and autism may approach and initiate a conversation, but may not know how to build upon it and kind of make it go further and make it, be more reciprocal and back and forth, if that makes sense. Within those social communication and interaction pieces, we're also looking a lot at nonverbal communication. So how the individual does with things like eye contact, or using gestures to speak. The other thing that's interesting here, though, is things like nonverbal skills can also be delayed in a child just with Williams syndrome. So you kind of have to, within that, look at specific behaviors. So for example, based off some of the work that actually Dr. Bonnie Klein Tasman has done, we know is that things like using another person's hand as a tool can seem to be a little bit more specific for Williams syndrome. So what I mean by that is, like if a child needs help like opening a loose lid on like a bottle or something like that, rather than like bringing it to you and showing it to you using their eye contact to get support, even if they don't have the words to say, somebody that has autism and Williams syndrome, for example, may like just take a parent's hand and without looking at them put it on that cup or bottle to get them to open it for them. So there can be some things like that we look at a little bit more closely, but it can be, as you can see, just like really tricky. And so, generally what I recommend as much as you can is when you can have an evaluation done by somebody who's familiar with both Williams syndrome and autism, that can typically be the best. And I'm not saying everybody needs to come to a place like ours, because a lot of people that are not affiliated with Williams syndrome clinics can understand both as well. But I think it can just make, the evaluation a little bit more complex and not one that can be done in a little bit more of an expedited manner.
Wow. Yeah, that's wild. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating stuff. We're welcome. We can welcome back Executive Director Sarah Schaefer. Any question? Do you have any questions for?
You're doing a great job.
Am I?
I'm waiting for the coffee to kick in.
How's your stamina going to be all day, Joel? Are you going to make it till 10 p.m.?
No, I will not, and that's part of the joy.
Take turns caffeinating.
Yeah.
And then we'll take turns with the talking.
Yeah. So, it's listening to everything that you were just talking about, and having come off of a week-long camp with teens and little younger kids with Williams syndrome. Some of those things that you were saying, the flapping of the arms, some of those aspects. Yeah, the excessive. My son is a rocker. That's one of the things that he does. It really fascinating to just sort of like, oh yeah, and some of the stuff that was happening that some of the stuff that you just pick up on and you don't even think about. You don't even clock as it's that question of what is, how is this, what I'm seeing in my kid, is it the Williams syndrome, Matt, is this part of his or her Williams syndrome diagnosis, and how much of it is just being a kid or being a teenager. So it's fascinating when you're like listening to just some of those characteristics that you were listing off there, seeing that in the other kids. I think about what I see in my son, and just, it's fascinating. And like we were also just saying, every kid is different. So it's like, okay, now what little quirks does in my case Bennett have that I don't see a lot of in other kids.
So
So
I'll say like other things that make it really tricky, I think in Williams syndrome, is the high incidence of also like ADHD and anxiety, which can also have a lot of overlap with autism symptoms as well. So, a child with ADHD and Williams syndrome may struggle socially because maybe they're a little bit more hyper impulsive, aren't willing to be still enough to like have a back and forth conversation with somebody,
Sure.
right? Or sensory difficulties, for example, are really common in children with ADHD. So you kind of can't look at that one as much either. But then it also is tricky because a child could, in theory, have Williams syndrome, ADHD, autism, and anxiety all present, right? So it's
That's my kid.
Yeah, he can be well, it's sometimes hard to know like what's from what. I think anxiety can be a really hard one too, because that can absolutely lead to a lot of social difficulties, a lot of that like behavioral rigidity of kind of, I want things the same every time because it's, less stressful for me. But is it anxiety, or is it because I'm more rigid just because that's how things are meant to be? And I think, again, that's where, there's a big push on like the autism world to continue to think about ways to streamline evaluations for children. You guys may not know this, but like the national average for like wait times for autism evaluations in the United States is most places like 12 to 15 months. Like it's a pretty, it's a serious issue. It's not enough people like doing the kind of stuff that I do for a lot of reasons we won't get into today. But so there's some people trying to think about like, how do we streamline things for the quote unquote, like younger, more straightforward kids, which I think there are some, but it's hard. We don't have a great system to triage who needs like a full interdisciplinary evaluation with like me, speech and psychology all doing it together versus who could do a 1 hour eval in their pediatrician's office. I hope we'll get to that point someday, but I think kids with Williams syndrome for sure like need that little bit more involved evaluation, just because you have to like think about all these other things that can play a role too.
Yeah, that made me think about when we had Terry Moncava, the former executive director for the WSA, on the podcast a few weeks ago, and she was talking about the specific convention where they had a session, and it was a bunch of researchers and everything had spent a great deal of time coming up with this test, this sort of quiz that you could answer, and based on your answers, it would give an actual score that would lead to the likelihood of having Williams syndrome, because there was no there was no medical way to determine this. And then and then literally the next day was the presentation where it was announced, we have found the gene, we have found it, and we will be able to start testing for this in a medical in a medical setting. So you talk about streamlining. I think about I don't know enough about autism to speculate if there is any sort of genetic or medical component, but it's when you and that was the other thing that one of the things Terry talked about is once they had this genetic testing available, the number of people that had been diagnosed with Williams syndrome that found out that they didn't have Williams syndrome was kind of was traumatic a little bit. Was that was a odd thing too. So it'll be as whether it's research and just familiarity with autism leads to like a streamlining, or if there is some medical component that is discovered, that they'll be able to actually do a test, a blood or a DNA or swab, whatever. It will be fascinating to see how all of that goes on to affect the autism community and the overlap of autism and other diagnoses. That, because obviously Williams syndrome is not the only diagnosis that can have an overlap with autism. It's pretty much autism can overlap with pretty much any other diagnosis.
No, I'll say a couple things. In Williams syndrome, something I've been learning a lot more about, especially from Dr. Kozel, is that for children diagnosed with Williams syndrome and autism who have just kind of had like the run-of-the-mill genetic testing, which is usually nowadays a chromosomal microarray, that it is recommended, and what we've been doing a lot more at our center is recommending kind of that next tier of more advanced genetic testing for children that have Williams syndrome in addition to autism. So that test usually at most places is whole exome sequencing. Because what we're finding is that there are genetic changes in children with Williams syndrome and autism that you maybe wouldn't identify on just like that chromosomal microarray. So for parents listening, just to help describe it, and I'm going to try and not do this in a bad way, but the chromosomal microarray is a test that picks up that characteristic deletion of Williams syndrome. But what that test is doing is basically looking at little pieces of like deleted and copied of DNA. But you're not looking at, like, to use this analogy, like, think about like a book. Whole exome sequencing would be looking at like every single letter, every single word in that book. Chromosomal microarrays are just looking at like targeted, little pieces of letters in the book. It's not the full book. So for children that have characteristics that aren't like what we would expect in children with Williams syndrome, apart from just autism, or a child who has like more significant cognitive delays, for example, sometimes doing that whole exome sequencing, you can identify changes that are different. And may just give you some information about prognosis or maybe other medical things that they're potentially more at risk of. So I'm a big proponent of genetic testing from the standpoint of, I think it's a way to learn about your child and how to not miss something that, you know, could potentially help them with. I'll say just in terms of like, you know, a blood test ever being utilized to diagnose autism, I honestly don't have a lot of hope that we're going to get there.
Right.
And a lot of people in my field don't, because it's so multifactorial. There's so many, you know, apart from Williams syndrome, so many different genetic changes that can be accompanied. There also are a lot of different environmental and prenatal things that can be affiliated with autism. So for example, something I've been writing a paper on recently and learning some more about with one of my fellows is the risk of autism in a child who had like was exposed to opioids when they were like in utero. So there's like all these other environmental things that can make it so complicated, and it's often multiple things combining. Although genetics is turning out to be the biggest, risk factor or cause of autism, it does appear that there are other environmental changes too that affect how those genes work, which I think is just fascinating. There are some different groups out there that are testing some different like tests, like saliva swabs and things like that to diagnose autism. I would encourage families to be right now a little bit weary of that science. I don't think, unless it's being done on like a research basis, I don't think we're there for it to be something that's like routinely recommended. This is, where I kind of stand on some of everything that's been said, like in the media and whatnot recently. I think rather than trying to identify causes of autism, where our efforts are better spent, is more trying to find ways to support children and families. And that's where all of our research funding and effort should be going. I think trying to just continually focus on the cause, genetic or otherwise, is a little bit stigmatizing and not neurodiversity affirming in the way that I would like the discussion to be. So I hope we'll, as a country and world, kind of shift more towards let's put our money into trying to help people, which to me makes logical sense. But
yeah. Wow. Just fascinating stuff. And I mean, we could go on for hours and hours and hours. And I love getting into the weeds on it and talking technical. We have blown right through our time.
I know.
Thank you. This has been just utterly fascinating. I've always enjoyed chatting with you and Dr. Lyron, especially about this stuff. And thank you for all the work that you're doing. Thank you for helping families so much with the family support group. And I look forward to hearing. I thought you were just like going up to the walk. I didn't realize you guys were all going to have like a little booth up there. That's fantastic.
yeah, no, we're excited because we it's been a while since I think our clinic went, so we're really excited. And our our super secret plan is to hook up with some of the parents that lead it and be like, hey, can you guys come help us implement something in Columbus? Because we think it's so goofy that we have a clinic and we don't have a walk. So we might try and do something this fall. We kind of got told by one of our parents that maybe a walk was a little bit too of an aggressive place to start. Maybe we should start smaller. So that's what we're going to try and do, though.
The trick or treat walks in the fall are super easy, and I think it would be fun. And it's not super secret, by the way. We all know about it, and we're going to help you make it happen.
Yeah, we're going to help you make it happen.
Okay, good.
And extra candy for people who dress up as Dr. Barnhart for Halloween.
Done.
That might get embarrassing real quick, because I feel like I wear I feel like I look boring right now, but I'm like the one usually wearing like weird colors and like animal themed stuff. So
you have some great stripes going on there. So you're doing great.
Look, I barely got out of bed with a t-shirt,
rocking his jammies,
and I got my Crocs, my Williams syndrome Crocs on, or not Crocs,
Crocs.
Williams syndrome walkers.
Yes.
I didn't know that those were a thing. Wait, let me see those again.
Oh my God, Elizabeth! Yeah, look.
Where did you get those?
ShopWSA.org.
I didn't know you guys had those.
Our shop is it org or com?
I think it's com. Hang on, I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Oh, Shop WSA.
Denise is gonna kill us that we don't know this off the top of our head.
ShopWSA.com.
Okay.
I'm just used to saying .org with like everything.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
ShopWSA.com. Go
Okay.
ahead. You can order yourself some Williams Walkers. They come in 2 colors. They come in white. They come in black. Get yourself a shirt. All
Okay.
sorts of other things too. All right.
They all go to good stuff. So yeah.
Load up. You can look. Your closet can start to look like mine, where it is a sea of blue, green, and red.
We have
I'm
cute
okay
little
with
like
that.
regular tennis shoes. All kinds of fun stuff.
Mhm.
Oh, nice. I will have to look. Are they kid stuff too?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Denise has been our colleague Denise has been doing a bang up job on that
Yeah.
store. It's really
Cool.
awesome.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
So great to see you. And I look forward to talking to you again. Thank you for taking time out of your Saturday to join us. Mwah, you're awesome.
No worries. Thank you
all
guys.
right.
so much.
We'll see ya. Bye. Oh, okay.
Whew.
All right. Well,
She's amazing.
she's awesome sauce. When she and Dr. Lyron and Dr. Klein Tasman agreed to sort of be a 3-headed, hosting carousel for that dual diagnosis group, could not have been more happy.
Yeah, phenomenal.
Yeah, they're just tremendous people. I think this is great. Our next guest is Ellen, but I don't see her in the
Not yet.
in the thing. So why don't we take a little break while we wait for Ellen?
Sounds great.
I'll play one of our awesome videos. We're going to take a break on TikTok because unfortunately you can't see the videos, but we will be back on TikTok. So I appreciate all the people. Though, look, I'm a kind of a TikTok noob myself. In terms of going live.
Yeah.
But people have been sending us gifts. People have been sending us hearts and roses.
Awesome.
And lit up hand hearts. We got a hat and a mustache. We got donuts. We got perfume, a necklace, sent finger hearts.
Love it.
So you all are wonderful. We are so grateful for all of you joining us on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube. So we're gonna so TikTok. We will be back in just a very little bit. But I am going to quick sign off, let my phone cool down a little bit.
Yeah.
And we will talk to you very, very soon. Thank you, TikTok.
While Joel's getting the video ready, don't forget what this weekend is all about is making sure that we can continue to do everything that we are doing. You're hearing about, what the clinics are making happen. And we can't make any of this happen without you. So every dollar matters. It's easy to give. You can text weekend to 71777, or you can donate at weekendforwilliams.com, weekendforwilliams.org.
Yep.
And then we'll update the tally when we get back from the video.
All right. So here's I don't think we'll get to play the whole thing. In fact, I know we won't because it's over an hour long. Maybe I'll save that for when we take like a lunch break or something. Why don't I just give us the slideshow again? And that way everyone can just sort of take a break for a little bit. And all right. Thank you, everybody. We will see you in just a few. Hold on, share sound, share, all that's done. Thank you. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Oh
I'm gonna bring this volume down. I'm gonna make it like I'm a DJ, and I'll pause, and then I will stop sharing. And there we go. Now we are welcoming back. Well, let me, you know what? We're going to start this one. We're going to start this next little segment here with an Instagram Live. So Weekend for Williams. Go. 3, 2, 1. All right. Let's welcome Ellen Hoke. And Helen, I don't know if you know this. There's someone right next to you.
Ryan.
Okay, so you did know he's there.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay.
He didn't photobomb me.
Well, welcome to Weekend for Williams.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, we are so happy that you were here. Oh, I got to. Poor Instagram is just looking at me and half of Sarah.
No, you're good.
Nah,
you're good.
So, welcome. So for people who haven't had the lovely opportunity to meet you and Ryan, if you would be willing to just share, could you share a little bit about yourself? You know, Ryan, and you could, if Ryan, you would be willing to share a little bit about yourself. And just all of the wonderful things that make you guys you.
Sure. So I'll start and then maybe you can go.
Yes.
Okay. So we live in Westfield, New Jersey. We've been here for actually since just about a month before Ryan was born. So 16 and a half years. We got involved with the Williams Syndrome Association probably, I don't know, we first heard of the Williams Syndrome Association a couple years after Ryan was born. And I think our first real interaction was, I don't know, Ryan's maybe 6th or 7th birthday. I was sitting on the train one day heading into New York. And I had this crazy idea, like 10 years, I don't know, 8-10 years ago, I don't remember exactly when, that I would do a Facebook birthday fundraiser for him. Literally the day of his birthday, sitting on the train, just sent a quick note saying happy birthday to Ryan, and in honor of his birthday, I'd like to do a fundraiser, thinking I'd raise, I don't know, $1,000 or something and be really excited about it. But little did I know, the entire world came out, and I should have looked back at these notes. I could probably fact check this in the next 5 or 10 minutes and get back to you, but we ended up with $10,000 or something like that in donation within a matter of a few hours. And needless to say, we were blown away by the impact we could have, but more importantly, by the support and love and outpouring from friends near and far, old and new, and it was incredible. And and again, the impact was the point, but how many people came out to support Ryan and our family was amazing. And so it started a tradition that we have continued every year, and I think every year it's gotten a little bit bigger, and there's been a little bit more support, and I think we've gotten past, like, with corporate matches and donations, I think we've exceeded $50,000 in some years. And so I know from talking to you, Sarah and Joel, that it's something that the WSA has come to rely on as a source of fundraising. And so we're really proud that we've been able to do that. And then somewhere along the way, somewhere in the middle of that, I was asked to, I was nominated for a board position and ultimately interviewed and selected. And I am now in my, I think, 4th or 5th year. 5th? Maybe?
I think 5. I think 5. Yeah.
I think 5 too. Anyway, 4th or 5th year, 2nd term. And, you know, have had a great experience being on the board and helping to affect change and direction, and to give Sarah and Joel and the rest of the staff all the support they need, and and help continue to raise funds in our, in our little seat here. And, Ryan got involved. Ryan's 16 now, and I'm going to let him introduce himself, but he got involved in our campaign specifically around his 13th birthday. So we're Jewish, and in the Jewish tradition, when you turn 13, you get bar mitzvahed, and a big part of being bar mitzvahed is tikkun olam, is doing something nice for the world. And so everybody, regardless of whether you're Ryan or have, totally typical or have special needs or not, anyone who gets bar mitzvahed does a tikkun olam project, a make the world a better place project. And Ryan, it was only natural for Ryan to get involved in our birthday campaign as part of his bar mitzvah project. So since then, you've been very excited, right, about being involved, and he's recorded videos in the campaign, and he sends a lot of personal thank yous. I think a lot of people wish they were not maybe on his text list. Following that,
Love it.
he created a tradition of his own in thanking people after they make donations from our family. And as you can imagine, that list has grown, and he does not just thank them after they make a donation, but he says hi to them all throughout the year. And
Right.
That's fantastic.
I think we should add a little signature to the end of your text that says unsubscribe here.
Click here to unsubscribe.
Or click here to double the amount that Ryan is going to contact you.
Yes, that too. No, there are a lot of people who say that Ryan's texts, daily texts, bring them much joy and happiness into what can be an otherwise somewhat tedious and stressful life. So that's true. But Ryan, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell everybody here a little bit about you and what you like, and maybe your family. And
so I'm Ryan.
Look here.
I have a younger brother and an older sister, and I like playing basketball and watching sports on TV.
What are your favorite sports teams?
The Giants, the Devils, the Yankees, the Nets, and yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Nice.
And what grade are you in? How old are you?
Freshman year.
Freshman year.
16.
Where do you go to school?
Banyan High.
And what's the slogan for Banyan High?
Oh, once a bulldog, always a bulldog.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
What do you do
that
at
is
Banyan that
fantastic.
everybody's really excited about? What team do you play on?
A basketball Bulldogs team.
And why don't you tell the story of what happened this year on your birthday?
Oh, I made 3 threes in a row.
He played in a basketball game on his birthday and made 3 shots in a row, totally fair and square, no assistance, just 3 honest threes. It was like all the stars were aligning.
Yeah, I thought I heard the story. It was just like, like the first shot, like people, like obviously people went nuts, and then come down the court again, and you get the ball and you chuck it up again, and all of a sudden it was like another one, and just people were just going bonkers with what they were seeing.
They were, right?
Yeah.
People couldn't believe it. You probably couldn't believe it.
I just shot it home to went in.
That's like the best birthday ever, huh?
Yeah.
Best birthday ever.
It was the best birthday ever, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty darn good. 9 points in the game. I'm not sure in my basketball years I've ever gotten 9 points in a game. So way to go.
It was
Well
pretty
done,
epic.
Ryan.
It was
Yeah,
pretty
that-
epic.
Oh, great.
Ryan, why don't you tell everybody what you're doing this summer?
They don't know.
No, they don't know. This is the
No,
whole
Ryan, tell us, buddy.
Not just Sarah and Joel. And they don't know. Even Sarah and Joel don't know, but the whole world who's watching doesn't know.
That's right.
Tell them.
I'm going to a team tour in Hawaii and Alaska.
You're going to go to Hawaii and Alaska? You're going to hit 49 and 50, the 49th and 50th states in one trip?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, how do I get in on this?
Yeah.
That's
I have not gotten to do that.
I know, me either.
That's amazing. When are you going?
July 13th to August 1st.
Holy cow. That's
Wow.
so cool.
Like what kinds of things are you going to get to do while you're on this trip?
You know?
I'm guessing probably hula in Alaska, and you hula dance in Alaska, and maybe do some fishing in Hawaii.
Joel thinks he's hilarious.
I'm a riot, Ryan. I'm the funniest person you know.
Do you think you will? Do you think you'll do hula dancing?
Are you going to do hula dancing?
Maybe. Probably.
Yeah. Hey, I love it, Ryan. Go in with an open heart and an open experience. You want me to hula dance? I'll hula dance. Good
Yeah.
deal.
I'll hula dance.
Yeah.
He's gonna be on this tour with 65 other kids his age.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, that's
And
yeah.
it's an inclusion trip, so it's mostly typical kids and 7 other kids with special needs.
Wow.
So it's gonna be great. He's really excited, and so are we.
And Ellen, you're not going.
I'm not going.
Oh my gosh, Ryan, how exciting.
Totally, like counselors and teams and
Wow.
yeah, it's gonna be amazing.
Wow.
We're excited. We're excited.
Have you now, Ryan? Do you like to take pictures?
Yes.
Okay, so have you been practicing your photo skills?
Not yet.
No?
Good, because you're gonna need to be snapping lots of photos to be able to share all the experiences
I
with.
need volunteers to come.
He's making a reference to his grandmother, who is a big photo taker and to ask our family to take pictures at every opportunity, and by ask I mean slightly annoying at times.
So you're telling me I'm like your grandmother?
No.
I have turned into your grandmother.
Yeah, exactly. You just did that.
Yeah.
But Ryan has a great summer ahead of him, and what
Not gonna lie, Ellen, sounds like you might have a great summer ahead of
I
you too.
know. You see the excitement coming out of my face.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, and then Ryan has 3 more great years at his high school too. So
Hey Ryan, my son is about to start high school. He's about to go into his freshman year. Do you have any advice for him to remember as he goes into starting his freshman year? Like, what is one thing that you know now that you wish you knew at the beginning of the school year?
Try my best.
Just to try your best? Yeah, I love it. Yeah, you got to try your best. Be true to who you are, I suppose.
how about like try new things? Like you've been loving this chorus, and that was not your jam,
No.
right?
No.
But there's a great musical program at his school, and that's not really Ryan, despite the Williams syndrome connection to music. He does not have a beautiful voice. He does not have a perfect pitch. But this music teacher did a great job. And so I think if I was you, I would say to other kids,
try out.
things, even if you don't think you're gonna like them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
You're
Yeah.
gonna discover. That's awesome.
It is awesome. And they just did what was your spring concert? What was the main song?
Alexander Hamilton.
Yeah.
Wow.
They sang a bunch of songs from there. It was great. Like a whole
cool.
mashup medley. It was very cool.
Ryan, was it hard? Some of those
yes.
songs are tricky, huh?
Yeah.
Oh
But
man.
They all learned them. It was great. It was amazing.
That's awesome.
What else? I think you were a little nervous about getting lost in the school, were you?
Yeah.
Like you don't have a great sense of direction. So any advice on how not to get lost?
Ask someone at the school, where do I go?
Yeah, good idea.
Fantastic advice.
Yeah.
That's what I did personally.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That is good. Well, we are so thrilled that you are joining us. We're also extra thrilled. Obviously, one of the main point of today that we're calling it a give-a-thon because we're hoping that people will open up their hearts and wallets a little bit and give to the WSA to help us fund our programming, our camps, our conventions, etc. You can do that by going to weekendforwilliams.org, weekendforwilliams.com. Pretty much any way you want to spell Weekend for Williams, it'll get you there. You can also text weekend to right here. Let's see, text weekend to 7177. And we are so grateful that Ellen and her family are matching funds at this hour, which means that it's a
Power Hour donations doubled.
Oh, Power Hour donations doubled.
Wow.
Forgot that that's what that one said.
And actually, Joel, this one will be donations tripled because my company matches 1 for 1 as well.
There it is, triple. It's a triple.
Power Hour.
Triple Power Hour. Well, thank you so much to you, to your company. And remind me again, your company. I think
KKR.
KK. Oh, I was going to say KKM. I would have been so close.
So close.
Yeah, KKR. Thank you to them. Thank you to you. Thank you to Ryan. Yeah, we're just that's so wonderful and kind. So Ellen, as like, what has been? So you said that you were just nominated for the board. You were volunteering. This is something that Sarah talked about when Jen Sellers was here. How all of our involvement happened because we just started volunteering.
Yeah.
So you're nominated and you joined the board. What is like? Can you talk a little bit about being a board member and serving as a board on the board of trustees for an organization like the WSA? Because we're always, some people think of it and go, I can't be on a board. Like, oh, I don't, I'm not a gajillionaire. I can't be on a board. Well, you don't have to be a gajillionaire to be on a board, especially for a nonprofit. I'm always telling people, hey, I was an actor. I lived on an acting income, and I was able to be on a board.
Yeah.
So, you certainly don't need money. But can you talk a little bit about what the board does? How the board serves the membership?
Yeah. So I think the board has done and is trying to be the board tries to be as helpful as they can to the community, to the staff that works incredibly hard to serve our community in being, a sounding board, no pun intended, but for the staff to come to the board with different ideas and to just get a gut check on, are these things that resonate with you as family members, as board members? Are these things that you think we should be spending money on? We have a limited budget. Should we be spending resources here? Should we be prioritizing this versus that? So I think there's a lot of, the board plays an important role literally as a sounding board. I think that's probably that's probably how I see the primary role of the board. I also see.
There's the photo bomb.
Yeah.
There it is.
Let's come out.
If you keep photo bombing, I'm going to make you come on and talk about. You.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Come on.
Yeah, I love it.
We take siblings here.
Spencer has recently started doing some personal fundraising for the WSA, so I was going to make him talk about it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, please.
You want to come talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay. You come in and I'll talk about it. Here, just come stand here. So this is Ryan's little brother, Spencer.
Hey, Spencer.
He will be 11 tomorrow. Tomorrow's his birthday.
Hey, happy birthday Eve.
And Spencer has been making paper airplanes recently and walking through the neighborhood with his friends, trying to sell them and for donations. And they've collected, how much money have you collected?
$120.
You have? Wow,
That's
fantastic, Spencer. Way to go.
That's all for the month of May Awareness Month campaign.
Fantastic.
Hold on, I'm gonna notate that here. We're gonna.
What is that? We're gonna add it to our numbers.
Look, they're coloring it in on their chart. They're
There,
saying,
you got a whole line. This is.
We've raised $120 more.
That's amazing.
I'm gonna call this one.
Okay. I haven't seen this money yet, but I will make sure you get it.
We're calling this one Spencer's line. That's
Perfect.
your line on the heart, the fundraising heart. So hey, Spencer, as the younger brother, you have an older brother who has who experiences the world differently than you and your friends and other things. How is that? Would you be willing to share a little bit about what it's like being the brother to someone with Williams syndrome?
Yeah.
Is it pretty cool?
Yeah.
Like what do you so like you get friends and and Ryan, please know I mean no, like I mean this in the like the kindness, but I'm sure you probably get friends, Spencer, you probably get friends going, so your brother, what's up with your brother? And how do you talk about Williams syndrome with your friends and your brother's experience with your friends?
Yeah. So when we were like walking, like and sewing paper airplanes, I told them that Williams syndrome like is when you have is when you don't have a bone in your head, and it can be hard to learn.
Sure, yeah.
That's very
Yeah.
cool.
That's awesome, man. I love it. So it's just it's just I love that you're helping making people aware. It's really, really fantastic. That's super cool. I apologize. I got eaten alive by mosquitoes at camp this past week, so I'm trying to deal with mosquito bites.
But Spence, I think you tell your friends that Ryan just like learns a little differently, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you tell your friends?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You just learn a little differently and you were born a little different.
Yeah.
And that you're otherwise just like another person.
Amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all a little different. Everybody's got their strengths and challenges, and we're all
I mean, not
different. So great.
everyone can just be all strengths like me.
Oh, gosh. It's gonna be a long day.
It's gonna be a long day. So yeah, my son's favorite band is the band Toto, and we had my son was lucky enough to get to meet them last year. And we were talking with the guitarist Steve Lukather, and he was talking about, and I want to credit him because I always just love the way he put it. He's like, I love meeting people who see the world in a way cooler way than I do.
Yeah.
And I love that. And that's, and ever since that just really put into perspective. Yeah, it's what I love about my son. It's what I mean, obviously there are a lot of things I love about my son, but it's what I love about our community. It's what I love about people like Ryan, and is that you see the world in a way cooler way than I do. And it's like, and I feel like it's my job to try to help me and others see the world a little bit closer the way that you do.
Yeah.
Because I think I know Ryan. I think you're pretty cool. And your brother Spence. Your brother Spencer is closer than I am. I think probably to seeing the world a cooler place because he gets to grow up living with you. So, that's awesome. Way to go, Spencer. Our friend Brendan Lemieux, who's also on the board. He says, he's giving you a shout out saying, way to go, Spencer.
Yep.
That's awesome. Thanks, Brendan. That's awesome.
So
I was going to tell Spencer and Ryan, I'm not sure if they're aware, but that you both have children with Williams syndrome.
Right. My son has Williams syndrome and he's going into high school next year. He'll be going into his freshman year. And I know that it's like he's excited, but he's also nervous. So so I'm trying to make sure to give him some good advice, especially from other from his elders in the Williamston. So you're an elder now, Ryan. You get to impart your wisdom onto the younger kids.
And Ryan, my son is 22. So he's done with high school. Now he's out doing some volunteer stuff out in the community, having a great time.
Yeah. And he still loves telling his high school graduation.
He graduated 4 years ago, and he's still talking about it like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Aww.
It's awesome.
So sweet.
It was a
That's
good
so
one.
sweet. Well, my whole family has been very, very grateful for all of the great things the WSA has done. The conferences every year we've gone, right? We've all gone to the last couple, and when we thought, wait, who wasn't going to be able to go? Did you go to both, or you only went to one?
He didn't go to the last one.
When Spencer found out he couldn't go to Arizona, he was devastated, like really devastated, having gone to Chicago and really enjoyed meeting other families and being part of the whole community and seeing all the love and joy and happiness from people and connections being made. So similarly, my daughter has Ryan's older sister, Morgan, who's 18 and just finished her first year of college. She's gone and been a volunteer each of the last couple conferences and conventions. And she's really gotten a lot out of it too. So we can't thank you and the staff and the team at the WSA and all the volunteers enough for all that great programming. And we haven't been able to participate in the camps, but it doesn't line up with our school program, which ends at the end of June in New Jersey. So we still are going at it hard for a while, another month.
Okay.
But we've heard amazing things about those music programs and music camps, and hope one day we'll get to go, right?
Yeah, I'm down.
And we know they're incredibly valued by the community, as are we have a lot of things to look forward to, like the adult trips that you guys plan that I know Ryan will want to be a part of.
What is that?
They do amazing things, amazing trips to places that would be really fun for you to go on when you're a little older.
We're going on a cruise in a few weeks, Ryan.
Where are you going?
We're on a cruise.
Oh, on a cruise.
I went on Disney cruise.
Yeah, you went on one Disney.
Are you on a Disney cruise? Yeah, we're gonna go on a cruise on a brand new ship called the Aqua, and we're gonna be down in the Caribbean. It'll be my first cruise, so I'm nervous about it. I'll be like, Sarah, please don't leave me. Don't leave me alone on this ship. It'll be and it's gonna be, we have I think 76 adults with Williams syndrome coming on this trip, and which with a chaperone, and some of them have their whole families coming along. We have over 200 people in our Williams syndrome group. On this ship. It's going to be so much fun. The people who are going to be on this cruise with us have no idea how much fun their cruise is going to be.
That's right. We're going to take it up a notch.
Yep.
It's going to be better than the regular cruise. Ryan, we went to Walt Disney World before that. That was our trip before that. So
Orlando, because some people took advantage of it and went over to Universal or to SeaWorld. I think a couple of people went to SeaWorld. So we're trying to make sure that we're offsetting convention years with other cool things, so people can get to be with other people with Williams syndrome so that the community can be together. So you can hang out with your friends that maybe you only get to see every once in a while, but then also meet a whole bunch of new people. And
great.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure to give a special shout out to you guys for all the hard work you do pulling all of those things off, in addition to just keeping the lights on in the organization, and making sure you're here. I know you've been at camp and now you're about to go on this trip, and so we're incredibly thankful for all you do. And I think that's a big part of why we stay involved and why we donate and why we try to generate support from our broader community, which has proven to be incredibly generous. And we know we're fortunate enough to be able to take advantage of a lot of these things, but a lot of people also are not able to get to some of these conventions and programs and trips. And I think the whole board is committed to making sure as many people have access in our community to these things that we've been lucky enough to take advantage of, and that even more find out about them through the outreach and awareness of events like this and just other community events. So again, thank you guys so much for everything you do. And we are honored to continue to be a small part of a much bigger effort.
You're a huge part.
You're a huge part.
Can't thank you enough.
Yeah, we are very lucky. We're very lucky to have you on the board. We're very lucky to have both you and Ryan in our community. And I can't say enough. If you have ideas out there, please don't ever think anybody that you don't have what it takes to be on a board, or especially the WSA board. We need people who, we get people all the time saying, how can I help? How can I help more? Here's a great way that you can help and be on our board. Help us change the world a little bit, hopefully for the better.
That's right.
Yeah.
So.
And if you don't want to be on the board, at least you could sell paper airplanes.
Sell paper airplanes.
Everybody can find their little niche. There are so many ways you can get involved, and Spence, that's a perfect way to do it.
Yep. Or be like my son and eat hot chili peppers and raise money.
That's cool.
You can always do. There's lots of stuff that you can do to help raise awareness for Williams syndrome.
Yeah.
Once again, thanks to the generosity of Ellen and KKR. We are tripling
Power Hour.
It's a power hour. We're tripling the donations, and so we are so very thankful to you for that. Can't thank you guys enough. Goodness gracious, you guys are just the best. Ryan, anything that you want to shout out to people?
Anything you want the world to know about?
Yeah, what do you want the people to know, either about you or about Williams syndrome?
For the donation.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you so much for your donations. Every dollar matters.
How about tell people, please donate, please donate.
Please donate to me.
Please donate to the WSA.
That's right.
Yes,
That's right.
to Ryan. Remember this? Yeah, so like we'll do another line like this one's Ryan's. This one's Ryan's line.
Oh, gee, 61.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot of money, huh?
Yes, that's the latest.
Yeah, before we started with you, we were at about $61,000.
Wow.
We'll give an update in a little while.
Well, and here's what's great. Here's one thing I want to point out. The last number in this, 16,361. So there's like one. So any little bit helps. Any little donation helps. $1. Hey, that's $1. That's $1 closer. That can help pay for a program. That can help pay for Zoom for all of our
scholarships for convention,
and camp and things like that. It's every little bit helps to make our community, make the Williams syndrome community, and help our loved ones with Williams syndrome become the best versions of themselves. And that's what we that's what we all want.
Awesome.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much.
So much for hanging with us on a Saturday.
Yeah. Thanks for taking time out of your Saturday. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you guys. Thank you for dedicating your weekend to Williams.
Absolutely.
Not just your Saturday, but your weekend and your lives and everything. Thank you. We hope this is the most successful weekend for Williams yet. I think it's proving like it might be, right?
We're getting there.
Great.
I think it's
Yep.
going to be awesome. And so to everybody out there who hasn't yet donated,
We need you. We need you too.
We need
We
you.
need you.
Please
Yeah.
donate.
We need you. We need you to donate. Yeah.
Thank you all so much. Way to go, Ryan.
Right?
Donation on 3.
Oh, excuse me. That made me cough. That made me laugh so hard. All right.
We're going to leave you now before we embarrass ourselves even more.
As I once told my acting students, I guarantee you, you will never embarrass yourself any more than I will embarrass myself being up in front of people. It's what I live for. Thank you all. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Ellen. You guys are just, you guys are A+ gold star. You guys are just the greatest.
Thank you. We feel the same about you. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh,
I love it.
they're just, we are so lucky to have such amazing people in our community. Whether, that's one of the things when we get to talk to parents at camp, some of the parents that come to camp, whether they're with their littles or they're just coming to pick up their teens or drop off their teens, the immense amount of talent and knowledge and I was gonna say grit, but we had a whole
it's true.
Yeah, we had a whole conversation about the word grit. But like there's just brilliant people with great ideas. And you talked about it several hours ago at this point, but we're not a large organization. There's 8 of us that are doing this. Now we're lucky to get to do this full time.
Absolutely.
I mean, most organizations around the country, around the world, are completely voluntary. We're lucky that we get to do this as our jobs. But we are still only 8 people. And
We're actually 7 right now.
yeah, you're right. We're actually 7.
working on it.
Yeah, we're actually, yeah. Well, and in the search for this 8th person, that's one of those things is when we start talking to the community, when we start looking at people with their skills, gifts, and talents, that they, we're seeing that there are people with so much talent. And like I said, some of the parents and people at camp, they coming over, they're like, hey, if you ever need any help, I have experience with, and then they list off this thing that you're like, okay, wow, yeah, we need that. And so when we have a chance, when we can get our heads a little bit above water, we love love bringing in more people in and utilizing those. We love volunteers, but we love volunteers who get to do the thing that they're good at and that they get to do the thing that they love to do. I wouldn't mind. I'm sure I would really enjoy if I was volunteering and they said, okay, you go over there and you're going to help build that house. I'm sure I would get a lot out of it, but I don't know how to build a house. I don't have an experience building a house. And I'm sure I can learn.
I mean, you work for a nonprofit, so we're going to figure it out.
Yeah, we're going to figure it out. But I mean, that would not be utilizing the best of my skills. My skills are making funny voices and wearing wigs and making a fool out of myself.
That sounds like my worst nightmare. So see people do what they love.
And so yeah. But so we love that we get to just get to know all these people with their amazing talents.
Wow.
And so that, I just mean all that to say, please consider whether you are an individual if you're an adult with Williams syndrome, please be on the lookout for when board applications come out. I can never remember. We usually put that out around
the end of the year. We're not in a year where there's going to be roll-off, so it'll be a little bit.
We don't have, I thought like Brendan was in his last year. He gets one more year after this.
We're we're gonna kind of like let this board settle in a little bit. There's been a lot of transition in the organization, so we're gonna let this settle for a little bit, get in a good groove, and then I think watch at the end of next year we'll be putting out the call. But there's so many ways to volunteer too besides the board, and we're 7 strong with the staff, but we're hundreds strong with the volunteers that are out there. I mean, camp. Think about camp last week. The majority of those counselors at camp last week were volunteers. They paid to fly there and spent the week with us. I mean, I'm going to say that they were paid in a different way because, man, you walk away from there with a really full heart. But we didn't pay most of those people. They came and did that, and that's that community that Joel's talking about. This spirit, and people are so incredibly generous with their talent and their time, and we could not do all of these things that we're able to do without volunteers. Convention takes literally hundreds of volunteers to make happen, and then the volunteers on site locally in the community, the volunteers all year long to make a program like that work. It's just this incredible group of people with all of these things. For some reason we go to hotels and they want us to pay them. And, we have to pay for Zoom and we have to pay for all the things. And so to be able to make that happen, this is where you and this broader community come in, and giving during, this weekend and all year long, but especially this weekend, finishing up Williams Syndrome Awareness Month. Giving is what it's all about.
Wow. Yeah. I'm just saying, Jane,
that's what this
Jane,
is all about.
Jane bringing us back to literally maybe where we should be constantly resetting. We're talking about awareness, and awareness is always in season. Well, what is Williams syndrome? Well, the long story longer, it's a rare genetic disorder that involves on the 7th chromosome. It's a deletion of about 26 to 28 genes on the number 7 chromosome. And the information in those genes can vary. Usually it has to do with the elastin in your that is in your system, and that doesn't mean just like the elastin of how flexible you are and how your joints are. It means like the elastin of how spongy your arteries and your hearts and things are. So there are physical components to it, to the disability, to the challenges. There's also intellectual and developmental delays often that accompany Williams syndrome. So it's very rare. It happens in about 1 in 10,000 births. So we have roughly, as well, just extrapolating from that number, there would probably be about 30,000 people in the country with Williams syndrome, and we're trying to reach out and help as many of them as possible. So,
and that's part of what this is about. This is about raising funds this weekend, but it's so about awareness. So that way, if people don't know what it is, we can inform them, so they don't necessarily have to look it up, because that's part of what we do here.
Right.
Is we make sure that we're telling everybody about what Williams syndrome is. So then when children are diagnosed and they go to the doctor or they go to the school the first time, it's not the first time that their doctors or teachers have heard about it. And so that's part of what we're doing is telling people what Williams syndrome is. We've got some more friends on the chat too. Hey Ben, hey Megan. Super great to see you. So Jane, thanks for asking. I'm glad we regrouped so we could talk about why we're here. I was thinking, maybe after the next break we'll come back and start again and introduce ourselves and what we're about.
Hey Tayden, pop onto that link that that you were in, that you clicked on earlier. We'll have you on here for a couple minutes. At the top of the hour, Sarah and I are going to take a little break, recollect ourselves, splash some water on our face, mainline some caffeine so that we can wake up. Right. I'm putting the phone. I could have we have lots of wonderful people This is on Instagram actually. So I stayed on Instagram for that entire Ellen.
Oh man.
So that's really great. Look at all these people. Go to the conferences. They change
Yes.
your life. They really do. Changed mine completely. Changed the whole trajectory of my life. It's what
Yeah.
brought me here.
Right.
So yeah, we have wonderful people. Oh yeah, you substitute teach, Jane.
Awesome.
Yeah, Williams syndrome is fascinating, and the educational profile for kids with Williams syndrome really is fascinating, and really helps. I mean, it benefits all. Like, it just benefits the whole classroom.
Mhm.
We were talking about it earlier. The IQ and the EQ. The EQ for usually for kids with Williams syndrome is pretty off the charts, and that tends to rub off on everybody else in the classroom, and so you end up getting these, really well-rounded kids. And who doesn't want a well-rounded kid? So yeah, thank you, Jane. That's really wonderful, and thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining us on a Saturday, wherever you are. Whether it's look, I know on the West Coast, a lot of you are just waking up and joining us. We are live in Atlanta. We're having a little. Now it's midday
Right.
with the midday with the WSA.
Oh my gosh. No.
Midday with the WSA, brought to you by caffeine. Sarah and I have spent the week this entire week at camp with a bunch of teenagers and kids and parents and counselors that
Mhm.
all look like they're children, but they're actually adults.
Great.
It's just that we're that old.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and we're here raising money and awareness. We are trying to reach our $100,000 goal. We are currently sitting at a little bit over 60,000, and we are on. And you can see if you're on. You can see it probably better if you're on the Instagram feed, and it's however it's mirrored.
And we'll update that after our break.
Spencer, Ryan's brother Spencer, selling paper airplanes.
He's raised $120. That's amazing.
Yep. So we have a lot of amazing things coming up. Yeah.
Alex Bentley, you want us to mention that Alex Bentley works at Walt Disney World?
Alex Bentley's looking out for Alex Bentley.
Listen, I love going to visit Alex Bentley. I live about an hour from Disney, and I know that I can head to Epcot and go back by the American Pavilion at the theater and go see him before we go see a show or go see some of the performances that are there. That's one of my, like, when I retire, I'm going to work part-time at Disney. It's going to happen. It's been on my bucket list.
I think it's hilarious that you think you're going to retire.
Well, I mean, when I'm 92,
yeah,
I'm going to hang out with Alex back there and welcome people into the pavilion.
Yep.
I can hear every candlelight that happens. I can hear all the things. That's a good gig you got, Alex. I'm super proud of you. That was your dream and you're making it happen.
Alex Bentley, looking out for Alex Bentley. We have Chaden Larson who is desperate to come on and share his story. We'll sneak you on at some point.
We'll have some down.
Later on.
Later.
But we have let me just say we have some wonderful people coming up. We have Kelly Williams, who is a sibling of a person with Williams syndrome, and she's fascinating because she's a licensed family and marriage therapist, and we're going to talk.
Yeah.
We're just getting to know her, and we're very, very excited about some of the things that we're all going to be able to do together. We have Melanie Cote from the Canadian Association for Williams syndrome, and she also is the owner of Do Good Donuts.
Yeah.
Which the employees are all people with developmental disabilities, and it's fantastic. Let's see, who else do we have? What can my old eyes see? We hopefully going to have Dr. Genti Okeo and her family are going to swing by.
I heard they're bringing us a little Chick-fil-A.
Oh, is that what we're having?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
We love them. That's closer. I can read that. We have Leah and Elena Meyer and the family. They were just at camp also. But they only recently moved. They moved from Michigan to Georgia a couple years ago. So we're going to talk a little bit about request to. Oh, we have some people requesting to be on our live. Okay, I'll remember this for when we're on later on Instagram. I always forget that that's actually a thing that we
People
can do.
can hop on.
So I'll remember. We're not going to get to any
From Brazil. We'll have to go back
Are you
and
kidding? Oh,
we
my
need to.
God.
We're going to make a map. I love Bill Palmer, our board president, hopped on and joined us.
Hey.
Entertaining.
Oh, Bill, if you think we're entertaining, I want you to get out more. No, thank you, Bill. I appreciate it. But yeah, we have Dr. Genti and family. We're gonna do a live podcast with Jen Keaton and Brendan Lemieux. We're gonna do a live Starry-Eyed podcast. So we'll have all the trappings that go along with that, and it'll be super fun.
Sarah's going to take a nap during
Sarah will give Sarah a break, and or Sarah will join us. But also there may be opportunities if any of you are available and want to hang out this afternoon with us on the podcast. You can come on and join Jen and Brendan with any questions that you might have. We have Jocelyn Krebs from ACE, the Armelino Center of Excellence for Williams Syndrome in Philadelphia. She will be joining us along with Susanna Morgan and Reese Krebs Morgan, or Morgan Krebs. I think it's Morgan. Yeah, Morgan Krebs. They're going to join us. We're going to talk about, and talking about the Armelino Center, and they moved from Oregon. Yeah, they moved from Oregon to Philadelphia not too long ago. We'll talk about that. We have in prime time. Oh, and this might be a mistake, but we are going to do a virtual Adventure Seekers live, where it is going to be. We've invited any adults with Williams syndrome that want to join us on camera. We're going to talk about life with Williams syndrome. We're going to let our adults with Williams syndrome tell everybody a little bit about themselves, maybe give us a little update on what's going on in their lives, and people can have a little insight into the craziness that goes along with our monthly Adventure Seekers meetings. So we have all that coming up, and who knows what else.
I know, you never know what's gonna happen.
You never know what's gonna happen.
Yep.
All right, everybody. So we're gonna take a little break. You have a few minutes left to donate in our
Power Hour.
Yeah, you have a little bit of time to donate. Match is tripled. Any donation is tripled right now, thanks to KKR and Ellen Hope and family. And you know what, Spencer, get out there and sell more paper airplanes, because we want you to quadruple match. So get to folding.
That's a lot of planes. That's a lot of airplanes.
There's a lot of planes.
Make it happen.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a little break now, and we're actually going to close the broadcast briefly, just sort of reset, make sure our tech is doing good, and then we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay,